know, too bad. I can't play it anymore because you know, the time has passed, and I'll just have to suffer in my lack of participating in those rival wing matches, and I'll have to live with that. Have to live with that guilt. Survivor's guilt. Survivor's guilt. I'm not guilty of anything. Alright, I need to resurrect my freaking dumb dead plant. I forgot. I forgot. Where's my super staff? Where I always put it. Resurrect plant. Can you believe you can just resurrect a plant?
No.
You wouldn't resurrect a car. How come I could resurrect a plant?
I would resurrect a car.
Oh. To sin against God and man.
It can't be a sin against God if I do it with the power of God in anime.
I think it could still be. God's fickle like that. Oft.
Well, regular male human healer, you will be getting the command because I just watched the other healer die like 4 or 5 times on Helone.
Hello, Nay. Get it? Hello, Nay.
And someone kept me alive when I was tanking Alpic.
All thick. Nay. Skills necklace, where art thou? Combat bracelet, where's skill chan? There it is. Rub-a-dub-dub, take me to the farming guild. Amen. Alright, I need, I don't know, nature, soul, blood, is that it? Yep. I beseech you, dead yew tree. Return to me. Okity crokity, it's a frickin' live. Alright. Say that. Ranging potion. Oh. Yeah. Hello, touch. Touch.
Oh, ring of ice. I'm gonna ring of ice.
I'm gonna ring it.
Hello, my gentle and of course very modern apes. My name is Erica. Welcome to Guts 8 Gibbon, where we alternate between science videos and the Sisyphusian task of debunking pseudoscience like young Earth creationism.
It's a full-time job, and it's extremely time-consuming, and it's not as easy as it may appear to some people.
Who cares about silly old young Earth creationism, you might be saying, while overwhelmingly preferring those videos over the science videos according to the YouTube algorithm? I like to talk about young Earth creationism, one, because it gives me an opportunity to shoehorn in science topics in a fun, sort of debunking style way, but two, because, well, it's still around, isn't it? I'm simply here to act as a young Earth creationism watchdog in case any of these wackos in government decide to make defeating evolution their flagship idea so they can shove young Earth creationism or creationism in general back into the public consciousness. Am I paranoid?
Once more into the Gorilla Beach.
That is the lofty,
Breach.
big picture goal. The everyday goal of all of this, the everyday reason, as I have said before, is that dunking on young Earth creationism is both fun and it is funny. And that brings me to the video that we're covering today. Debunking radiometric dating and the heat problem by our friends Tweedledee and Tweedlediphead.
We're confident that this one is going to be, it's not going to be countered by the critics, put it that way, because the rescue devices, they've been dealt with. We dealt with them here.
Wow.
There is no heat problem.
There is no heat problem. There is no heat problem.
I try my best not to bother with this channel, but it's just like junk food to me. I keep coming back because it's just such easy, low-hanging fruit. And also, people click on those videos, and I gotta pay a mortgage. Eat your heart out, Donnie. Your stupidity lines my pockets. Now, I believe that any idea, no matter how goofy or silly, deserves fair shakedown. We should look at ideas and analyze them for scientific accuracy and for robusticity. That is so long as the presenter of said idea is a good faith actor. They actually believe the ideas they're putting forward and want to have an honest dialogue. Bad faith actors should be ignored once their ideas are systematically broken down into their smallest parts, and then those ideas should be ridiculed. I believe that Donnie and his partner in crime, Ramat, known fraud, fall into the bad faith actor category, and so today I think we're probably gonna hurt some feelings. We will be as ruthless as the stupidity permits.
You know what? I am not as mean as I would like to be. And I really wish people appreciated that more.
Now, okay, like, what is this video about? Their video is meant to debunk the heat problem and the radiation problem, as well as radiometric dating. 3 things that are highly problematic for the young Earth creationist idea that the Earth is 6,000 years old and that Noah's flood is responsible for at least 500 million years worth of the geologic column. Now, I'm sure you guys already know what radiometric dating is and what the heat problem is and what the radiation problem is, but I'm going to briefly explain them anyways in case some of you are new. I'm very sorry if you are. Radiometric dating is simply the means by which we glean an absolute age with a given rock sample. When igneous rocks form, they contain a certain amount of radioactive isotopes in them, and some of these radioactive isotopes categorically are unstable, so they will decay at a known rate in time to a more stable daughter product. This is called the parent-to-daughter ratio. When these igneous rocks form, they are all parent, and when they're all done decaying, they are daughter. So then we just have to take a rock sample and look at the parent material, the daughter material, and apply the rate at which decay occurs, and we can get the age that that rock is. So uranium-238 decays into lead-206, and the half-life of this is approximately 4.5 billion years. So if we get a rock sample, and it's half uranium-238 and half lead, we know one half-life has passed, and that this rock formed 4.5 billion years ago. The problems that creationists generally have with radiometric dating is they propose that we make lots of assumptions. The only assumptions that are really present in radiometric dating is that the radioactive decay law is in action, like physics is occurring as it should. That rocks are all parent when they form, which we see rocks today, and we've never seen the opposite happen, like it's all daughter. We know that it's all daughter when it finishes decaying. We've seen the decay chains of numerous different types of unstable elements, and they always end once all daughter has been achieved. And then that the decay rate is constant. Yes, we assume that the decay rate is constant because we cannot get it to not be constant, and that would be enormously huge.
You don't recall inviting, you can't.
Worldwide. So radiometric dating is solid. We also know this because the global industry for fossil fuels uses radiometric dating to base and model and actually extract fossil fuels to our economy.
You don't recall asking for cat in my face either.
Radiometric dating is very old.
Cutting your face, cutting your ears.
And indeed, every stratum of the geologic column within, all being pretty much older than 6,000 years, this is a problem for younger creationists. And so, as a result, they try to cope with it.
In order to explain why all our radiometric dates show the Earth to be very old, young Earth creationists suggest that during the flood of Noah, something very radical happened in the realm of physics that caused radiometric decay, remember that law in physics from earlier, to accelerate by several orders of magnitude. This would allow them to stand by an Earth that is 6,000 years old, despite much older universal dates. There are several problems with this, but the big one is that nuclear decay releases
Okay, let me
heat.
kill this gorilla
So
before I
cramming
read all that.
4.5 to 4.8 billion years of heat release into 1 year results in enough heat to vaporize the granitic crust of the planet several times over. Something a wooden boat obviously would not survive because the planet would essentially be a ball of
yeah, it's his
plasma.
imposter syndrome.
But accelerating decay also leads to 4.5 to 4.8 billion years of radiation being released, which would certainly destroy all life on Earth down to the smallest microbe, and also, of
But
course,
give me your luck.
human
Give me
as
the
well.
drops I can,
Answers
so
in
Talon
Genesis
won't.
proposes that all the tectonic plates also move to their current position during the single year of the flood, adding even more heat due to the friction of continents moving at race car speeds atop the mantle. Additionally, impact events must all occur during this year, which adds enough heat on its own to nearly boil the world's oceans. All of this combined
Like,
causes the heat problem.
I hid the
Dependence
Zenthite
on
gem
what
on one
fuels
monkey
we
specifically.
propose leads to either enough heat to
I've
vaporize
killed
Find the right monkey
I've
nerd.
killed
the
every
Earth several
monkey.
times over at minimum,
I
and
bet
at
you've just been
maximum
killing the
to
same
over
monkey
85
spawns over and over.
trillion, 1
I've killed
megaton
every
bombs,
spawn
for a
at
total
least
of
once, I
2.2
guarantee
times
it.
10 raised 38 ergs of energy.
Doubt.
Answers in Genesis subscribes to the model yielding that smaller amount of heat, but
Go
admits
different
that at
servers,
present
like-
it requires a
Yeah,
miracle
this
God
monkey is
to
like
fix.
Hotspot Town.
Okay, so now you're caught up. The video
spot
we're
is
looking at today
whatever.
by
It's almost like the monkey's print,
guys on YouTube is going to be attempting
print
to
money.
debunk radiometric dating and solve both the radiation problem and the heat problem, two issues that the big organizations still supporting young Earth creationism across the United States today cannot solve. But these two guys are going to do it. Now, the way that this thing is kind of split up is it's two 30-minute presentations by Ramat and Donnie, followed by an open dialogue. And Ramat, known fraud, certified goblin, and former Breatharian, is going to start us off. So buckle up.
This presentation is going to go over the radiometric dating in the age of the Earth because we know that the only reliable evidence that they have that the Earth is millions of years old comes down to radiometric dating.
Wow. Wrong. Off to a really strong start. The ancient age of the Earth has been known in sort of a scientific sense since 1830 with Charles Lyell, the father of modern geology. He basically looked around and noticed that today it takes a really long time for things to erode and deposit, meaning today's modern structures and geology likely took a long time to form, thus proposing that the Earth is very ancient. He did propose that the present was the key to the past, this idea of Breatharianism, but today geologists look to actualism, which allows for both these kind of consistent processes proposed by Lyell and also local catastrophes that happen today. Anything that happens today is effectively fair game when it comes to explaining different structures of what we see in the past. Lyell also thought that the Earth was only millions of years old, not the billions that we appreciate now.
That said, there are 4 assumptions that go into this.
This slide is really poorly constructed, contains arguments, not assumptions, and basically just boils down to radiometric dating is the only reason why people think the Earth is billions of years old, which is just silly. Radiometric dating certainly helps make that case, but it runs in conjunction with numerous other natural rates, including deposition, erosion, weathering, coral accumulation, varves, tree rings, ice cores, evaporites, and many, many more.
So, again, we see that the time changed in the 1920s. The age of the Earth crept up to 3 billion years from the age that was before that was set.
Ramat makes PowerPoint slides exactly how he writes. Thanks so much for putting a screenshot of a live science Google result. Not even the page, just the Google result itself. This is at least a little bit better, marginally better, than putting blue hyperlinks into a book.
But, again, if we look over here, what did they say? Well, the accepted ages for rock layers was set in the 1830s. So a long time ago, 120 years later, radiometric dating ages were accepted, but only if they matched the geologic column. So we see that they already had the mindset of deep time, and they needed things to prove it and validate it. So radiometric dating became that thing that they needed to help validate.
Huh? He just spent the first minute and a half arguing that radiometric dating is the only reason why people think that the Earth is very old. Now he starts talking about how radiometric dating had to match earlier ancient ages in order to be accepted. Well, which is it? Why do we think the Earth is old, Nat? Is it radiometric dating? Is it geologic rates? Or is it both? If radiometric dating isn't the reason why we think Earth is very ancient, then Ramat is going to need to cough up some reasons why that original methodology based off of geologic rates is wrong in and of itself. I think really this turns out to just be a convoluted way of trying to avoid the brute fact that radiometric dating, which was developed after like Lyell's work showing that the Earth was very ancient, just corroborated that earlier work. You know, matching a prediction, the gold standard of science. But moreover, where's the source that he provides to say that radiometric dates be thrown out if they didn't match earlier ages? I'm going to assume that because Ramat is a fraud and has tried to fake it on paper, that unless he does provide a source, he's just lying to me.
Now, of course, the age of the Earth is even older because of Zychron crystals and testing that, which we'll get into.
Zychron crystals, eh?
Because of Zychron crystals.
Zychron crystals?
Zircon crystals.
Zychron crystals, Ramat? He's gonna do it. This is the guy. He's gonna debunk a foundational concept in geology and physics.
So the assumption has always been that when a supernova or the Big Bang occurred, there was nothing but pure uranium, and that all of the elements that we see on Earth and in stars and on the moon and on meteorites, it resulted from the decay of uranium. So again, that's starting with an assumption.
Oh my god, this is gonna be such a long video. Okay, so the Big Bang is thought to be responsible for helium and hydrogen. Uranium and many other elements that are heavier than lead are primarily formed through rapid neutron capture, which occurs in supernovae and neutron star mergers. But many of the other elements, indeed the life-forming ones, are formed in different ways. Low-mass stars, supernovae, cosmic ray fission, and exploding white dwarfs. And while the elements that make up our Earth were formed in the past, elements are also formed today where and when these events occur. So, no, all elements did not actually come from uranium during a time period where everything was uranium, like the Big Bang or supernova, as if those events are somehow equivalent. And, like, also, not every element
Why am I
was
exhausted? I think I'm gonna go to bed. Good night,
Good
guys.
night.
right there.
Go find me
They wouldn't be told to
gorillas.
be true, so they would assume
In
that
my
all of these other elements were
dreams.
created at exactly the same time, because that's the uniformitarian belief, is that everything that we see now is you take it backwards in time, and that's what's the most true, right? Nothing can change that.
Ah, yes, they want deep time to be true. This is an interesting insight into how Ramat thinks and reasons, assuming he does that, and one that he seems to be projecting onto conventional science.
Therefore, they don't believe in accelerated nuclear decay.
Now, Simpson, because of your many years as a nuclear technician, we're putting you on a nuclear sub.
Nuclear. It's pronounced nuclear.
Whatever.
Nuclear.
They don't believe that the rates can ever be changed. They believe in uniformitarianism, and they believe that everything started out as uranium. So that is key to understanding what's going on.
No, science doesn't accept accelerated nuclear decay because it's a YEC invention with exactly zero data supporting it at all whatsoever, literally none. Now, Raman and Standing for Truth are going to try to present data that they think supports accelerated nuclear decay to the degree that they require it, and we will explain how categorically it does not.
But there's a problem with that idea, which we have. It's called the lead paradox. There's more lead than can be accounted for by the age of the Earth, and matter of fact, the age of the entire universe. So, meaning, if uranium really was decaying into lead, then why is there so much lead? There's more lead than there should be. It's a paradox for them to comprehend and to grasp what's going on.
The lead paradox was a geologic mystery involving the amount of lead in the mantle, namely, that there was too much of it. Ramat is citing a paper from 2008 here, and as is all too often the case when young Earth creationists are citing sources, a solution to the lead paradox is presented in the paper he's citing. This was also elaborated on by Maltese and Metzger in 2020, and then by Liu et al. In 2022.
Walt Brown predicted, matter of fact, that the elements were formed by a piezoelectric effect, and they all formed at the same time. That's how God would have created these things. And his predictions we'll get into in a minute.
Walt Brown is the hydroplate guy. There are two general big hypotheses or flood models that creationists put forward. One is CPT, that's accepted by like AIG and all those guys, Ken Ham. And then you got hydroplate, that's Walt Brown's model. His model produces the heat equivalent of 5,000 trillion 1 megaton hydrogen bombs.
R.I.P.
Those
Dave.
are, of course, his numbers, and his
He's
predictions
tired.
of hydroplate theory include such
No
classes
surprise.
as
It's already 10 for him.
drinking and rock ice
Oh no,
assault.
Ted.
We can see that there are such things as accelerated nuclear decay. We've seen it in laboratories.
You know, it's like 6 in the morning for Dave.
And we've seen it in observational things, like in nature. We've seen one of them in particular in Africa, I believe it is.
Yeah, so we haven't seen accelerated nuclear decay as creationists envision it, full stop, anywhere, ever. It has not happened. And I've seen this video already, so I know where Roman's gonna take this, and it's like the definition of schizotism. He's just vomiting up whatever word salad he can to try to make it sound like his arguments make sense, and it is just jumbled nonsense.
But we'll get into that one as well soon. But here's one that gives you a billion-fold acceleration of nuclear radioactivity in a laboratory. He says, this is John, what is this? Woodmurat? Here I report the experimental demonstration of radioactive decay rates accelerated by an astonishing 9 orders of magnitude. This acceleration can occur under beta decay. More recently, beta decay has been experimentally demonstrated in rhenium to osmium system. So this method is one of the isotope clocks used by uniformitarian geologists to supposedly date rocks. The experiment involved the circulation of fully ionized iridium in the storage ring. So here we read, the ions were found to decay to a measurable extent in only several hours, amounting to a half-life of only 33 years. This represents a staggering billion-fold increase over the conventional half-life, which is 42, what is this, giga-annium a billion, with 10 to the 9th power, which is 9 zeros following a 10. That's how fast we witnessed rapidly decaying things in an observational. So when people say, oh, there's no such thing as accelerated nuclear decay, it would destroy all life and everything. Well, we have these things that are already been observed.
Oh hey, I remember that one. I covered it in my heat problem video from like 2 years ago. This is going to be a running theme for Ramat and Donnie's piece here. They're just reasserting old arguments, a classic example of the done-deals fallacy. It really makes you wonder if perhaps Ramat has experienced some kind of brain damage from his past as a breatharian, those folks who believed that you could just breathe your food and you don't have to actually eat, and that somehow this has impacted his ability to create new memories. The rhenium-osmium experiment by Bosch et al. In 1996, as well as another frequently misused study by Capellar et al. In 1989, were first employed by John Woodmarap, a famous young Earth creationist, on the Answers in Genesis website all the way back in 2001. So yes, Ramat is citing a 20-year-old young Earth creationist article to support his idea of accelerated nuclear decay. But the Bosch et al. Study does exist outside of Earth creationism, so let's take a look at it. Again, the Bosch study successfully reduced the rhenium half-life from 43 billion years to just 33 years. Well, that sounds really impressive. It sounds exactly like what Ramat is looking for. We can just take the methods applied to the study and say that process happened in the global crust of the Earth. So how did Bosch and colleagues do it? Why, they simply manually stripped rhenium of all its electrons using a particle accelerator, an experimental storage ring, and a dozen or so other steps that includes the application of 370 million electron volts and removal using foil. In Ramat's stated article, Woodmarap refers to these as special conditions, which, yeah, I'd say so. In fact, these special conditions ultimately require rhenium to be in a plasma state, as stated by Woodmarap, and in a natural setting, these conditions are hypothesized to be found in the bellies of modern super-hot stars and during the Big Bang. Woodmarap appreciates this, actually, and notes that for lutetium's accelerated nuclear decay, you need the temperature to increase to 200 degrees Kelvin, which is 13 times hotter than the core of the sun. So, I don't know about that one, boys.
That sucks. I mean...
Additionally, it's not even really accelerated nuclear decay, is it? It's not speeding up the process. This would be like saying you could accelerate ice cream's melting by taking away 9/10 of a bowl of ice cream. So, we just need to heat the crust of the Earth during Noah's flood to a temperature 13 times hotter than the core of the sun, the plasma state, in order to initiate the accelerated nuclear decay. And then the accelerated nuclear decay happens, which is just the regular heat problem. This is like a guy fixing his overheated air conditioner by hitting it with 13 nukes.
So when Walt Brown made this prediction, none of this existed yet as far as observational science, right? There was no concept of like, well, we know that in stars that was believed that, heavy elements could be formed. Walt Brown predicted that they could form even on Earth, and that's what we actually found, and they don't form in stars. Now we know that they can't produce anything of these super heavy elements that was predicted beforehand.
Now, as far as Walt Brown's predictions go, Ramat, you stupid weasel, these predictions are public, right? He has them on his website, and there's nothing about a rhenium-osmium experiment in here, or anything really about stars or star formation.
And we know because of the Proton 21 laboratories in Ukraine,
Okay, so the Proton 21 lab is a laboratory that used to exist in Kiev, Ukraine. It is not, to my knowledge, still active, and what they attempted to do there was mimic the conditions of nucleosynthesis, which is something that happens in the bellies of stars.
When we go through the studies and we witnessed what they did, they would put a piece of metal in a chamber, copper or something, and they would take a piece of lightning and they would strike it. And it would form different elements based on the Z-pinch was a high voltage form of electricity like lightning, and it would burst and it would form different elements. But the unique thing is when it would form these elements, they would rapidly decay. And down here on the bottom, you can see that I highlighted the long-living isotopes of super heavy chemical elements are found in the products of laboratory nuclear synthesis. So what that means is they produced super heavy elements and they rapidly decayed into the elements that we now see on the Earth. So it didn't just produce uranium, which was predicted by the evolutionary model, and then had to decay from there. Instead, it produced all of the elements that we have on Earth today in the same proportions that we have. So when we see it, and we see, cobalt, and we see thorium, we see uranium in something, we go, wow, look at that. The proportions are exactly what we are seeing.
I know what you think C's are. And I think Ramat is confusing super heavy elements and elements. Super heavy elements are these sort of precursors that have only been created in labs to the heavy elements. They rapidly decay, having a half-life of 3 minutes, into known heavy elements, because they're heavier than lead. Heavy elements are what we actually find in the crust of the Earth today. I think he thinks he's providing support for accelerated nuclear decay because the super heavy elements rapidly decay into the heavy elements. But this is just business as usual. That's their normal half-life. It's very short. Heavy elements are much more stable comparatively and have much longer half-lives. So what the Proton 21 lab showed is that you can get the conditions that we see in Earth with regards to the proportions of given elements thanks to the activity of ancient stars. He's arguing against himself, again.
And another unique thing is that we're seeing them on the crust of the Earth, not deeper inside the core of the Earth, which we had always thought and expected the Earth was running by. The core, the nuclear synthesis and the production of uranium powering our Earth's core is no longer true either.
What is he saying here? What is the argument? Uranium, among other elements, is in part responsible for some of the thermal energy produced by the Earth, by its radioactive decay. But what is Ramat's argument? That that's no longer true because of these Proton 21 laboratory experiments? How does that follow exactly? As for why we find most of the uranium in the crust rather than the rest of the layers of the Earth, uranium is actually lithophilic and carbonphilic. It doesn't readily combine with molten iron, but it does readily combine with other elements like sulfur and oxygen. This means it forms compounds which are less dense than pure uranium and allows it to rise to the surface, carried up to the crust by the mantle. Then Ramat jumps topics yet again, moving on to helium and granite.
So why is there still so much helium in granite and these zircon crystals?
Zircon crystals.
This argument has become less popular these days, but it still does pop up on AIG and ICR and again. The argument is pretty simple. Helium diffuses pretty quickly from zircon crystals, so you have crystals and there is helium sort of indigenous to the crystal, and after the crystal forms, the helium begins to seep out because it's a pretty slippery little element. So, given the diffusion time that we typically see and estimate, the fact that there is still helium in some zircon crystals is argued by younger creationists to be support that the Earth is much younger than conventional science. How do you believe?
One explanation that was given by the RAID team is that radioactive decay was accelerated at some point in the past. We say this was during Noah's flood. So a prediction was made, and the numbers were run based on the diffusion rates at 1,000 degrees from helium in lower rock layers. How long would it take for that to seep out? And the creation model predicted, which would be on the data line right up here, which was what was observed, and the uniformitarianism was not met by a factor of 100,000. They were off by that much. Our model lined up perfectly if you take it and you go assume around 6,000 years, give or take 2,000. And the numbers lined up well with our model, but it didn't come anywhere close to the uniformitarianism thing.
Okay, it's time to talk about the RAID team. Back in the late 1990s, a group of young Earth creationists decided to challenge the idea of the ancient age of the Earth by forming the RAID team, radioisotopes of the age of the Earth. Their goal was to basically debunk radiometric dating. what they found in the first phase of their two-phase sort of mission is that, one, it sure does seem like a lot of decay has happened in the rocks, and that's really where they came up with the idea for accelerated nuclear decay. So they looked at the rocks and they were like, tons of decay has happened, the Earth can't be that old, so it must have been accelerated. And they, of course, provided several other sort of adjacent supports to their idea, including things like radio halos, carbon-14 where quote-unquote shouldn't be, and helium in zircon crystals. Interestingly, one of the most important conclusions by the RAID team is that while they did think accelerated nuclear decay had happened, they also noted that that would produce so much heat that they needed a miracle or new future physics with exotic new changes to be discovered in order to actually make it work. But we're going to talk about the helium in zircon crystals first. Russell Humphreys, the point guy on this whole thing, went to Fenton Hills and took a bunch of zircon crystal samples from there, and based off of the amount of helium that he says he detected, he deduced that the Earth must be only 6,000, give or take 2,000 years, and he proposed that the sort of conventional science model is off by the order of magnitude that Wombat mentioned, producing that lovely graphic. So what's the deal with all this? Now, on the face of it, this seems like a good argument to make. I like the graphic. Allegedly, there have been predictions made prior to the actual sampling, but unfortunately for young Earth creationists, Dr. Kevin Hankey, a geologist who's been on the show before, has done some digging, and I think he blows this thing right out of the water. Kevin Hankey details this on his blog in a very long piece that has yet to be fully analyzed and responded to by Humphreys, and he notes that young Earth creationists generally refuse to rectify a few issues with the helium argument. One, they don't recognize the presence of NICEs in their samples. They fail to account for possible contamination of zircons with extraneous helium during cooling and non-heating episodes. They balk at realistic QQ0 results that account for more variables. They use an incorrect equation to calculate standard deviations, and much, much more. Humphreys' methods are also plagued with issues such as trying to identify rocks merely by relying on naked eye observations, improper naming of rock units, and sloppy handling of units of measure. In fact, even Ramat's presented graphic is bogus. Luschelt et al. In 2008 effectively ran Humphreys' expectations model with significantly more variables taken into account, and found that it is actually the young Earth creationist model that flounders in the face of data. Again, put simply, the rate argument works if you ignore the conditions found at the sample site, fudge comparative data, use the wrong equations, sample rock incorrectly, reject certain data points, handwave uncertainties, and ignore criticism. Rescuing device, cries the young Earth creationist, be it on YouTube or one of the big boys. Well, no, actually. Because Dr. Hankey actually has math and several lines of equations to back up his criticism of Humphreys' work. That means it's a counterpoint, not a rescuing device, which is an empty claim without any empirical support to back it up. In fact, Dr. Hankey has laid out his challenges to Humphreys quite plainly, so why hasn't he, AIG, or ICR answered them?
And now we have experiments that can show, and observationally, that these things really can decay rather fast. And here is going back to that Proton 21 Laboratories, which shows that the decrease in the activity of radioactive isotopes of cobalt and silver and zinc. So they show that these radioactive elements can decay rapidly into these elements, and they can decay even further from there based on temperature.
Now, it might seem like I'm jumping around a lot and that I've done some editing, but this is pretty dang close to Ramat's street presentation, so that should really let you in on how all over the place he is when giving this information to us. Now, Ramat doesn't seem to know that the blurb that he's got on the screen there is talking about gamma decay, not beta decay, which to my understanding is kind of irrelevant for his overall point. And of course he, again, doesn't appreciate that the Proton 21 lab stuff requires the conditions present in a plasma or the belly of a star to work. So the heat problem is just still there. Next, Ramat is going to talk about the Oklo Natural Nuclear Reactor. This is a natural reactor that is found in Gabon and is dated to 1.7 billion years ago. It's fascinating to me that this got brought up because I've only ever seen Rilla brought up as a slam dunk argument against young Earth creationists due to its stunning evidence that decay rates seem to not change at least for the past 1.7 billion years. Modern nuclear reactors need enriched uranium, focusing on uranium-235, which is needed in large amounts for a reaction. Natural uranium, the kind that can be mined, is a mix of uranium-238 and uranium-235. At Oklo, we actually find the remains of fission products in the core, as well as an unusual uranium ratio. 1.7 billion years ago, the natural uranium had a concentration of about 3%, which could have easily reached criticality with natural water and neutron moderators allowed by the special geometry of the deposit. This is incredibly strong support for the continuity of decay rates. So why would Ramat bring them up?
The Oklo natural reactor phenomenon found in Gabon, Africa, contributes meaningful insights into the evaluation of their radioactive decay rate consistency. Because what they did is when they found this, they actually assumed that humans must have lived hundreds of thousands of years ago to make this nuclear reactor. That's what they have to assume because these things, they believe, never happened naturally on their own. So they had to assume that humans must have lived at some time in the past and created civilizations like we have today, and then global warming came and destroyed them. But in the process of it, we had nuclear fusion going on. We had natural reactors that we had produced.
That sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Who is saying this, Ramat? Who is proposing it? Because it's called the Oklo Natural Nuclear Reactor, which seems to suggest to me that people know that humans living 1.7 billion years ago didn't make it.
So that was the rescue device for that one, is just assume that we've already been here before and we destroyed ourselves, probably with nuclear war.
I thought it was global warming.
And then global warming came and destroyed them.
He can't even keep his incoherent straw man straight when he's invoking them within 10 seconds of one another. In all seriousness, like, the joke here is that the Oklo Natural Nuclear Reactor is such a massive support for conventional science and so devastating to young Earth creationism that they just have to, like, pretend that it's not an issue, as we saw with Ramat here. Even Walt Brown puts it in his difficult to cope with column.
And then we have the perplexing 90% of all radioactivity on the Earth's crust, on the continents. Like, why would that be? So, what are they doing on the crust of the Earth? If these things are powering Earth's core, and they're slowly moving up to the surface through convection, and being dumped out at the mid-Atlantic ridge and forming in the mountains slowly over millions of years, this would be the opposite of what we would see, especially considering they say our Earth is young.
We know why radiogenic elements like uranium, thorium, and potassium are concentrated in the continental crust. They simply have large ion radii, or simply their atoms are too big, that they do not fit well into the stable high-density atomic arrangement of rocks building the mantle layer, and so they're forced to separate with other rejected elements into buoyant melts, or magma. Such geochemical properties of elements are known as incompatibility. They concentrate in the upper continental crust because granitic melts are the end product of magma fractionating, and during the crystallization, their structure becomes more compatible.
We have the observational science that when we look at rocks that have opposite sides dating at different ages.
Give a single source for this.
But what it turns out is that the excess amounts of argon is a direct function of both the hydrostatic pressure and the rate of the cooling of the lava rocks when they form underwater. So keep that in mind. This is underwater we're talking about. That means that submarine basalt are not suitable for potassium-argon dating.
Okay, cool. So scientists know that we need to use caution when we're applying the argon-argon or potassium-argon method to samples like basalts when these basalts have been exposed to certain conditions. This is cool and important to know.
Now, how do they date a lot of these things? How do they date lava rock? With exactly that. Potassium to argon.
Okay, I see what he's gonna do. He's gonna try to debunk the Mid-Atlantic Ridge argument. So I'm gonna tell this for those of you who may not know, who might be new here, because it's a fun argument against young Earth creationism to whip out against your friends and colleagues. So the Mid-Atlantic Ridge is this sort of neon yellow, neon green line that runs down the center of the Atlantic Ocean. And at this ridge, there's seafloor spreading occurring. So these plates are moving away from one another, and magma wells up at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, cools, becomes rock, and then it is replaced by the magma beneath it, pushed to the side. So, this being the
Shork.
case, we get older radiometric dates farther away from the ridge on either side, and the closer you move to the ridge in sort of the horizontal line, the younger the dates get. And this is true no matter where you are on the ridge, which is really interesting. So we can radiometrically date a spot, let's say here, sort of on the left side of the ridge, and we can say maybe it's 8 million years old according to the rock. Well, how can we support that using another method? And that method is actually the movement of the tectonic plates. Because the plates of the Earth are moving at predictable rates. They're moving at 1.7 inches per year. And we know this because we have GPS, right? And we've also got folks up in space. It's really, really easy to record, and we have an incentive to do so because monitoring the movement of the tectonic plates is important for earthquake safety. So it turns out that if we've got our spot here that's 8 million years old and we wind back the clocks on the tectonic movement to whenever this 8 million year old spot would have been over the mid-Atlantic ridge, the tectonic rate matches the radiometric date. That should not be the case if radiometric dating doesn't work, because these things are completely disparate from one another. They're independent methods. God would have had to accelerate nuclear decay in stepwise, in lockstep rather, with the movement of the tectonic plates, which is really, really silly and deceptive. So let's see how Ronat wants to do this.
The evolutionist goes, well, we need to go over and look at the mid-Atlantic ridge, right? Because we see the older dates farther away from the ridge, so therefore it must be millions of years, because that's what the dates are doing. Now we know that when lava pours forth and it drops down into the water, it's giving false ages.
Okay, I see. So he's using the argument from before, that argon-argon dating and potassium-argon dating of certain basalts exposed to certain conditions, usually those being in seawater, can give incorrect, artificially inflated dates. Point taken, Matt. So here are two papers that support the age of the mid-Atlantic ridge at various sections and corroborate it with the movement of the tectonic plates using uranium-lead dating and fission track dating. Ooh, that sucks.
So it explains the mid-Atlantic ridge discrepancies that we would, or what we would call discrepancies, that make it appear as though it's millions of years when it's just not.
Ah, back to the drawing board, I guess, huh, Ron Matt? Guess you gotta find a way to find a problem with the actual ways that we date the mid-Atlantic ridge, and not just the ways you think it might have been dated, huh? Ron Matt talks briefly about a professor who says people are incentivized to find the oldest dates. And like, yeah, in the world that large, people are often incentivized to find the blankiest blank. It does give you some notoriety and something to hang your hat on. But by that logic, everybody who isn't that person with the current oldest date has an incentive to debunk the person with the oldest date, right? So I'm gonna leave that one there and let Ramat move on to say one of his stupider ideas, which he has expressed before, and I've ridiculed it for him in that context, and I'm gonna ridicule him again for it now. I'll let him explain.
We always ask, like, well, why are the oldest dates in the deeper layers? And this is very easily answered by the atomic mass and weight of the elements. You would expect that the heavier elements would sink deeper, and the lighter elements would be on the top, and that's exactly what we see.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
Okay, I know what you're thinking, but it gets worse.
So if the whole world was underwater at one time, and everything was being sorted out, and the layers were forming, you know, by different tidal waves moving in and out, and slowly submerging the entire world, you're gonna get different layers of rocks based on the currents of water that are washing in and out. But one thing that would always occur after everything is submerged in water is those denser elements would eventually seep to the deeper layers of the upper crust of the earth and be concentrated in random areas, but they would always be deeper. And what do we see? We don't see a uniformitarianism example of radioactive elements across the crust of the earth or deep in the earth. Instead, it's dispersed randomly on certain continents and less over in some other areas. It makes no evolutionary sense. And then on top of it, we find exactly what you would expect if the world was flooded, based on water hydrologically sorting different elements that would push heavier ones deeper and lighter ones would stay on top. It only makes sense when you're looking at these radioactive elements.
Are you serious?
Okay, so we have several problems here. The first being the failure of the public school system. Density and atomic weight, or atomic mass, are two different things. Uranium has a greater atomic weight than osmium, but osmium is more dense. If Noah's flood sorts by density, then osmium should be on the bottom, followed by iridium. If it sorts by atomic weight, then we should have uranium at the bottom of the geologic column universally across the world wherever it can be found. In conventional science, geology doesn't work like a child's sand toy because systems are dynamic. But the bigger issue is that neither density nor atomic weight have anything to do with radiometric dating, which deals with the ratios of isotopes within a sample thanks to decay. This is why we can argon-argon date two samples from different places in the same geologic column and get two different dates. They were formed at different times. But in Ramad's fantasy world, all argon should be universally found at given locations in the geologic column. He wants elements to do the job of index fossils. This is just another classic example of Ramat knowing less than a high school student who took earth science.
And then at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge again, what do we see? What we would expect to see. What's at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge? It's a lava. It's pouring out to this day. You can see it. It's lava that was higher as it pushed up, and now as it's coming down the Mid-Atlantic ridges and it's being pushed out and it's forming the new ground as it leaves in this slow process that we see today, which was faster in the past, what would you expect to see? We would expect to see exactly what we do see.
If anyone can decipher what he just said, I'm all ears.
Everybody knew exactly what I was talking about.
Ramat starts talking about how the age of the Earth is assumed, and that's why the evidence seems to support it. The only reason why the evidence seems to support it. Why won't anybody look for evidence for the flood? Now, as we talked about, this is patently incorrect. The age of the Earth being very ancient started because people looked at the rate at which things were occurring today geologically, and then looked at massive structures that would have taken a very long time to form if we took current processes and took them back in time. Radiometric dating simply corroborated the idea of an ancient Earth. No assumptions, just observations.
If you throw away the assumption and you only go by the observational evidence that we now have, then that can just be thrown away entirely. So there is no need to start with a horrible assumption just to make your point, especially when it's been invalidated. But we have the evidence that is completely necessary to invalidate any radiometric dating as being good for a dating method.
Radiometric dating, the process itself, has a few assumptions. For instance, we assume that when rocks form, they are all current material, something we've never seen violated in all our years of observing rocks form, volcanic eruptions, and the like. We assume that the final product is all daughter material, something we've never seen violated in all our years of observing fluid decay chains. They always end up being all daughter. And we assume that decay rates are constant on the basis of observed half-lives. So those all seem pretty well-founded to me, unless Ramat perhaps has an issue with half-lives.
I'm sure it's completely fine to say, we looked at this decay rate and the half-life is really accurate. And I agree, it is. It would make a great watch. I would use one. But it doesn't prove that the Earth is millions of years old because it's, again, starting with that initial assumption. So it's true that the watch is ticking at a particular rate, and that's a fine rate, and it works really good. However, that watch will never tell you when it was made. You can only use it as a watch to tell time, not when it was created.
This just makes no sense. Radiometric dating is like if you have a watch that starts ticking the second it is created and stops ticking forever once 12 hours have passed. If you accept that the watch starts at 0 seconds having passed and ends with 12 hours worth of seconds having passed, and you accept the rate of ticking, then you accept that we can determine the age of the watch at any given moment.
So, that brings us now back to the idea of, the heat problem.
Oh good, how does this relate to the heat problem?
Reduce your expectations to 0.
Now, Ramat is about to explain Walt Brown's hydroplate hypothesis to you. A hydroplate proposed by Walt Brown's more fringe idea, the pre-flood world, the world before Noah's Ark, is like a giant ocean of superheated, super pressurized water underneath a granitic crust, a big shell, over the entirety of the Earth, completely unbroken, no tectonic plates. And this granitic crust of the Earth is like 10 to 60 miles thick. The flood starts due to tidal pumping from the moon. You don't need to know what that is, but it basically ruptures, forms a bunch of seams down the ends of the Earth, down to the ends of the Earth, and And from these seams, the fountains of the great deep burst forth and carry a ton of rocks and earth debris into the atmosphere, where some of it leaves the atmosphere entirely and becomes, I kid you not, the asteroid belt, the comets, and the meteorites, as well as, according to some interpretations, being responsible for the cratering of all the planets in the solar system all the way out to Pluto. Now you might be thinking, where's the rain come in? Well, the water has to fall back down, and according to Will Brown, it gets cooled off, being up in the upper atmosphere. That's actually not true, being in the atmosphere. Falls back down as rain and floods the earth. And eventually it recedes, and you go from having granite on top, water on the bottom, to mostly water on top and granite on the bottom, that being the mantle. But I do want to let you know that he has it incorrect as far as the source for the heat problem under hydroplate. Remember, Walt Brown tacitly admits that his model produces the equivalent of 5,000 trillion 1 megaton H-bonds worth of energy. That's a lot, and it comes from a lot of different places. The number that Walt Brown gives is basically the energy required to launch all the material on Earth into space in order to account for all of the asteroids and
15 kills till 400! Woohoo!
He also has a heat problem with accelerating the nuclear decay. He has a heat problem with the friction of the continents atop his version of the moon.
Now I've got your Zenthite gem.
Xenite.
Now I've got
Xenite.
your Zenthor gem.
Xenite, it's Xenite!
Now I've got your Zamite gem.
Mantle. He has a heat problem with the accumulation of all the impact effects when all of this material comes back down and creates all of the craters within the geologic column. He has a heat problem with the hardening of magma and the concretion of limestone. You could go on and on and on with the sources of heat for the heat problem. I just point to accelerated nuclear decay because it's the funniest and it's the easiest. But let's let Rahmat explain how he thinks hydroplate works for you, and then we'll dissect it a little.
The heat problem comes from a factor that Walt Brown had, and it was this idea that God didn't create any radioactive elements. So when he made his prediction, he said, you know, these radioactive elements that are in the Earth today, they cause health problems when you're near them. So God must have never made these things. They must have been formed during the flood. So in his flood model, he created that the continent of the United States fell 1 mile down and pressed on the subterranean water that was underneath the continent. And in doing so, created so much heat with that water and the compression and the convection that was being pushed down that it generated supercritical water to force over the rock. And as it was moving past the granite basement level rock with this massive amount of heat, it was going over the quartz crystal and it was creating a piezoelectric effect. And this piezoelectric effect caused lightning to spark, which is known as a Z-pinch, and it was bolting inside of this water and creating these new super heavy elements, which generated and formed massive amounts of heat. And now the supercritical water burst forth, going through the ocean in some parts and maybe even on land in some others, but most likely the ocean. And as it burst up and going through into the ocean, caused massive amounts of heat. So the heat problem in Walt Brown's model comes from the formation of these super heavy elements from that process.
Okay, so like we said, the heat problem is more than just that. But to Rahmat, it's primarily the formation of these super heavy elements that rapidly decay to the regular undergo accelerated nuclear decay to get to their current ratios. Now, remember, in order to like invoke the Z-pinch and the piezoelectric effect, it's just piezoelectric, by the way. But in order to invoke all of that, you need an Earth that is in a plasma state, right? All the experiments that utilize these methods are mimicking the interior of a sun.
And that Z-pinch process also comes with a reduction of heat, which is called cold repacking. And this is the process where the heat is actually reabsorbed back into itself rather than released.
So the phrase cold repacking doesn't actually appear in the Proton 21 laboratory work, but the idea is that it's like adiabatic, right? That it just reabsorbs the heat that it releases. I'm not a chemist or a physicist. I'm not sure how that works under regular conditions, but for our purposes here, it literally doesn't matter. Because in order to get that Z-pinch, the Earth, again, has to be in a plasma state, and then after that, you have to accelerate the nuclear decay of the newly created elements. And I don't know if Ramat knows this, but Proton 21 proposes the cold repacking solution. And for the accelerated nuclear decay, like, Ramat is invoking rhenium osmium experiments which don't have cold repacking. So you just have a regular old accelerated nuclear decay heat problem at that point. And Walt Brown, of course, requires another piezoelectric effect in order to initiate that accelerated nuclear decay. So you get a piezoelectric effect that creates all the radioactive elements, and then a second piezoelectric effect that accelerates the nuclear decay. Both of those events require plasma conditions.
Redwood tree scenes. I think that's really rare. 1 out of 1,250. Free me, talent. Give me something. Give me something.
Never,
Give me something.
Never a Zabite gem.
Give me something.
I just gave you a redwood seed. Where do you want?
Literally anything else. I can't use this. It's useless to me. It's dead to me.
Alright, fine. You can have a heavy ballista frame.
I would take that. I'm owed a drop from their freaking unique table. It's supposed to be a 1 out of 100 chance to get something from the unique table. I haven't gotten anything in 60 kills.
I
mean, not
think
60
you're
kills,
owed
like
anything,
100 kills.
actually.
I'm owed it. I'm owed it. These gorillas, they owe me for killing them.
That
for
is
freeing
not how
them,
RNG works.
Freeing them from the... Hello? I studied under Worcester. He told me that if it's 1 out of 100, it's guaranteed every 100 times. Idiot.
Questionable.
Why is Talon so dumb? He doesn't know how statistics works.
Am I the dumb one?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you and Worcester the dumb one?
Look, Worcester speeds runs, so he can't be... He's infallible. Cannot be wrong.
Questionable. Ooh. Alright, how long will I be able to watch this?
What?
I ate your pie plays Outer Wilds.
Oh yeah, I said this. You won't be able to watch it.
Yeah, no, you did mention it.
something. Is he saying?
Or he didn't say anything. You know the rocks that move? Like quantum rock? Like, I don't know. I don't remember how they
the
were.
quantum moon.
Yeah. He was trying to jump on top of one, and he just ended up going over it. And when he turned around and it wasn't there, he got confused. I don't think he realized though. Maybe he does realize he's causing it to move around so much. I can't tell if he's doing it intentionally or not. Alright, I guess he is doing it intentionally. Fair enough.
In and of themselves, but the second one is the one where you have to additionally add on the accelerated nuclear decay heat because it doesn't have the cold reacting.
So that would reduce a lot of the heat that would be dumped into the ocean and into the air itself, creating steam. But there was massive amounts of heat in his model simply from the continent falling down that far, pushing up the water and rock of the crust of the Earth and actually shooting debris all the way to the moon.
Well, okay, so now Ronat is basically saying that friction is what is responsible for all the heat. Thought it was the creation of the radioactive elements that was the main reason. Of course, these are both reasons for the heat, along with accelerated nuclear decay, hardening the magma, making the limestone, launching all of the material, the impact on the material comes back down. It's all a big mess. Again, Walt Brown's number is equivalent to 5,000 trillion 1 megaton hydrogen bombs total, which is, just to put this in perspective, over 600,000 hydrogen bombs per square kilometer. This is untenable.
And as far as the other model, which is not the hydroplate theory, but the catastrophic plate tectonics, they don't have that problem.
That's enough of that. Ivan, get your rare drop right now.
Alright. Plate tectonics, which is
Done
a
it, boss.
mainstream idea held by Answers in Genesis.
Rilla told me he knows a guy.
Proposed by John Baumgartner. It's basically catastrophic plate tectonics, or plate tectonics but fast, right? So you do all of the plate tectonics in a single year of the flood, and you get a heat problem from this.
Kill that gorilla any slower?
Yes.
Moving at race car speeds atop the
I could run out of charges on my weapon and not have another weapon to use.
You still have to include all of the impact
This
events,
guy has charges on his
but, like,
weapon.
It's not as extreme
Yes.
as hydroplate. To compare them brutally, in CPT you vaporize the granite crust of the Earth a few dozen times over. In hydroplate, every single square kilometer of the Earth gets its own 600,000 hydrogen bombs. Okay, so now he's telling us that in catastrophic plate tectonics, CPT, the sort of rival to hydroplate, that the heat is just from accelerated nuclear decay. It's also a problem for hydroplate.
So based on what the rocks are right now at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, if that were to be subducted, then yes, that would generate a lot of heat. So it's based on the heat being generated from what we would see today.
But also the friction of the plates.
John Baumgartner didn't predict that the rocks that we see on the below the ocean
That
right
appears
now
to be
is
3
the
runite
rock that was
bars.
there. He said there was a different type of a rock.
Oh, okay, the rocks were different. I see.
And there was also a different type of viscosity.
Why did you fail the task I gave you?
Subduction was much easier.
Yeah, and the
You caused me
viscosity
to
was
fail.
different,
Task
of
failed
course.
successfully.
Just the concept
I
of
didn't know such
viscosity
thing.
was different.
And it could have literally been like an iceberg floating on water, which would have not produced as much heat from convection and subduction and grinding on top of one another. So it would have been much easier to subduct, and it happened just over 1 year, making it very easy.
To be clear, CPT, catastrophic plate tectonics, the flood model that AIG holds to, has basically every issue that hydroplate has, except for the creation of the elements and launching all the material to basically be responsible for all the cratering in the solar system and all of the asteroids and meteorites and comets and things like that. It is still catastrophic, much like its name, in that you end up vaporizing the xenitic crust of the Earth 24 times over, but we're not talking about over 600,000 bombs per square kilometers worth of energy here.
So there's multiple answers to the heat problem based on the model that we're talking about.
Nope, both models are completely dead on arrival for the reasons I just mentioned.
Here on this channel, we like to take everybody's position and defend them, but we're also going to mention that if they bring up something that they created their own problem for their own model, then we're going to give you an answer to how to resolve that problem, and then also why it's not really a problem at all, because they invented their own problem. That doesn't need to be there, people. It just doesn't. It's not a problem because he invented his own problem.
Ronet's just salty that Walt Brown thinks that God wouldn't have created the radioactive elements, and this has become problematic for him personally. Like, sure, whatever. Maybe God made them, maybe he didn't. You still have to accelerate the nuclear decay itself, and thus you have every single heat problem from before minus the creation of the elements. It is still completely impossible. Again, 5,000 trillion 1 megaton hydrogen bombs. Over 600,000 hydrogen bombs per square kilometer, okay? Okay, so now Standing for Truth is going to tell us some things. Let's hear him out.
But I want to point to something very simple that basically demolishes this whole argument from dating methods. I want to focus a little bit on radiocarbon and carbon dating in general.
Beating this old drum again, eh, boys? I've already covered radiocarbon dating to death. I actually did a pretty long video on it. It was a bite-sized bust. I discussed how radiocarbon dating actually works, how it is corroborated by numerous other independent methods, including barbs, tree rings, and ice cores. Still have not heard back on that one, by the way, why these things so neatly corroborate one another. If they're all events that supposedly happened after the flood, you can't exactly invoke stepwise decay changes and rate changes, can you? But, like, here we are again, and Donnie is still invoking the same old arguments. He is undergoing, utilizing, abusing the Donnie deals fallacy, which was actually named after him. This is an argument style, fallacious argument style, that goes kind of like this. Donnie says young Earth creationism works, and then I say, no, young Earth creationism cannot work because of the heat problem. And he says, oh yeah? Well, accelerated nuclear decay. And then I say accelerated nuclear decay cannot work because of encyclopedic clips. And then he says, oh yeah? Well, have you considered accelerated nuclear decay? It's just the reassertion of the original argument without actually addressing the critiques of that argument. And this is really what Donnie is doing for the majority of his role in this video.
So my point is, we have so-called rocks, fossils, coal, fossilized wood, so on and so forth, and diamonds that evolutionists want to say are millions to billions of years old. And if that really is the case, then there should be no carbon detected in these samples. Okay, there should be no carbon left.
So there he reiterates a point, as we've already discussed.
And so, as you can see here in this slide, sourced from Contested Bones, one of my favorite books here.
Donnie would say that. He hates the paleo experts, so.
I mean, there goes evolution. You can't take your fish to fishermen, your bacteria-like organism into biologists, your pond scum into people, unless you have billions of years old. That's why evolutionists believe, whether they admit it or not, that time is the hero of the plot for, you know, goo to you type evolution, okay?
I would actually absolutely agree that deep time is required for evolution. In fact, evolution was built on the back of Charles Lyell's work. Darwin had a copy of the Principles of Geology when he was on the voyage of the Beagle.
I want to point out, we've done full videos. We've never gotten any counters, any rebuttals, any refutations, as you know, Matt, where we went over extensively all the rescue devices. I mean, this is a fatal blow.
Okay, so here we go again with the rescuing devices. I'm always wary when young Earth creationists use this word because it is almost exclusively them who use it, and it is pretty much only invoked when, like, some young Earth creationist claim from the 80s is proven to be non-problematic based off of advancing science. As we discussed earlier, a rescue device is not the same thing as a counterpoint, or new data coming in. So you can't call it a rescuing device unless it's baseless, and if it is not baseless and is thus a counterpoint, you subsequently have to show why the counterpoint doesn't work, believe it or not. That's how an argument works, at least, you know, in civilized, real discourse.
We spent a lot of time going over the rescue devices, you know, a couple of them being, for example, contamination. Okay, they've looked at contamination of these samples. That doesn't work. These have been repeated. Many different samples have been sent in. They've been tested, and they come back with, you know, detectable levels of radiocarbon. This isn't just, you know, a couple anomalies.
A Donnie Deal's fallacy. I say that radiocarbon dating works and is problematic for young Earth creationism. Donnie says, no, radiocarbon dating doesn't work because we find radiocarbon in places where it ostensibly should not be. Then I say, well, sure, but there are natural processes that can account for this radiocarbon in these places, things like cosmogenic radiation, intrusion by groundwater, and just bad sampling. And then Donnie responds with, yes, but have you considered that we have found radiocarbon in places that it shouldn't be? He's not addressing the counterpoint, he's just crying rescuing device and reasserting the original point.
And the question that I would have in the debate with Professor David McQueen and King Crocoduck, you know, King Crocoduck was saying, well, you know, we would expect, you know, a dozen or so anomalies. But we have a lot of anomalies, and the question is, how many anomalies does it take before we conclude, you know what, these dating methods are a fraud, they're not reliable, okay?
Well, actually, when we take into account how many samples are dated every single year, corroborating other methods and being corroborated by other methods, I would argue that yes, it is literally just a couple of anomalies, and I personally have yet to see a single one that is not explainable by some kind of natural means. Thus, it's not really an anomaly, it's bad sampling or bad methods, things of this nature. Barring the fact that we don't actually have many anomalies, again, I would propose I've never seen one, interestingly enough, you would actually need a metric shit ton of them before you could go on and decry that radiometric dating as a whole is worthless. Recall that King Crocoduck, KC, who's a biomedical physicist, mentioned in his debate with David McQueen that mammography often has false positives, and yet no one is going around saying that we should ditch mammography whole cloth. And here's the kicker, right? When we do have positives in mammography, or we have positives that we're unsure of, we can do a biopsy to corroborate whether or not it truly is a positive or not. This is analogous, I would say, to independent methods that we use to corroborate radiometric dating. I mean, I just don't think there's that many anomalies, though. I don't think we even need to appeal to this. Of course, I understand why young Earth creationists might be under the impression that we have several anomalies, but I would point out that at least Answers in Genesis frequently misconstrues what's actually going on there.
So these samples, though, that they've looked at, they are subjected to very harsh treatments, okay? You know, they're basically subjected to harsh acids, and contamination is limited, essentially.
I think Donnie also doesn't understand what contamination is. His bit here makes me think that Donnie is under the impression that contamination is always physical residue on the sample. And, like, no.
They are applying very, very strict pre-treatment protocols. I pointed out, They're utilizing harsh washings, repeated harsh washings.
397. We're coming up to 400. Woo! Kill me, exile.
The Zambimi gem is right there.
I don't think it is right there, Talon. I don't think it'll ever be there. It's next to the beans.
Yeah, and those were right there all along.
They've stopped being right there. There's no more beans.
It's nothing but beans.
No, the British people have deprived me of all beans.
Like eating all the beans.
Let's check my charges. 1400, okay. Alright, I'll be right back a sec. I want to heat up some soup and then we'll go to 400. Zoop.
that will literally dissolve anything. Okay? And since these samples, guys, are hit with multiple treatments, this essentially ensures only carbon intrinsic to the sample ends up in the instrument to be measured. Okay, so no, these samples are not contaminated.
See? No, right? The most common type of contamination is cosmogenic radiation, so contamination from the sun. It's like background radiation on a sample.
Ooh, hot.
In fact, I mentioned this in a video, didn't I?
The most common source of contamination, background radiation from the sun, is well understood. In fact, cosmic rays form beta radiation all the time. This is the radiation that turns nitrogen-14 into carbon-14 in the first place. It used to be that this radiation could not be totally eliminated from the laboratory, so one could probably have gotten a radiocarbon date of 50,000 years from a pure carbon-free piece of tin. For this reason, radiocarbon dating didn't work well on objects much older than 20,000 years at the time, because such objects have so little C14 left that their beta radiation is swamped out by the background radiation of cosmic rays and potassium-40 decay. However, the modern advent of AMS, or accelerator mass spectrometry, allows us to accurately carbon date material as old as 60,000 years. This is thanks to the number of techniques that have been developed to correct for these confounded factors, which are, contrary to creationist literature, well understood.
Good luck washing the sun off in an acid bath, Donnie.
And they'll claim that there's other nuclear material down where the diamonds are that can basically recharge the C14. This doesn't work. Okay, this has been looked at, this has been analyzed, it's been systematically demolished. Okay, the rate scientists, for example, they looked into this rescue device, and they estimated, okay, listen to this, they estimated that you would need 13,000 times more nuclear material in the nearby rock in order to adequately recharge the C14.
Yeah, except that just does happen. Your boy George actually admitted this in a video that came out after this one. And George's response to the fact that we found cases of contamination to the degree that they do account for the amount of carbon in a sample is, oh yeah? Well, prove that's the case for every single time a creationist has asserted it then.
So I challenge Jordan, publish the paper, go to the sites where the creationists obtain their samples, measure the uranium and thorium in those samples, and then you calculate your own, C14 volumes out of those samples.
No, that's your job. You're the one trying to fight the paradigm here.
All these rescue devices, they've been demolished, but the critics don't want to tap out.
Well, I don't really think so, because you were arguing with straw men. You say that it can't be contamination because that's washed off in an acid bath, but the contamination is radiogenic. You argue that recharging by surrounding materials can't occur, and yet it can, and you didn't explain why that method was flawed, merely that the guy who did the work for you, Jordan, friend of the channel, should go ahead and run the test for all the samples that you want tested. You're the one trying to challenge the paradigm. Quit being lazy and do the work yourself instead of relying on the charity of someone who disagrees with you. Prove that this carbon is truly intrinsic and supports a young Earth instead of being contaminated by one of the many different ways that this can occur. You could go to the site. You could show that uranium isn't present in the surrounding minerals and capable of recharging the carbon. You could show that cosmogenic radiation didn't happen and that there was no percolation by groundwater. You could correctly characterize the site so you know that sampling is appropriate, and then you could take it to a correctly calibrated AMS. There are literally thousands of samples that are getting radiometrically dated across 150 radiometric dating labs, and that's just for carbon dating, each and every year across the entire world. So the young Earth creationist case for discordant dates absolutely has to be rock solid if you want someone to take you seriously for even a nanosecond.
Notice this table from secular sources, secular data. Young rocks from recent eruption yield greatly exaggerated apparent ages. So Matt, my question to you, my question to the audience. Why should we have confidence? Why should we trust dates derived from rocks of unknown age? Or, okay, when we can't even derive accurate dates of rocks of known age?
I don't know how many times I have to say this. You cannot radiometrically date brand new rock. Any geologist knows that you can't do this. An undergraduate geologist would understand that you can't do this because not enough parent has actually decayed into daughter material to be detectable outside of the error bars of a given method. This is just how it works. However, when enough parent material has decayed outside the error bars of a given method, we get pristine calendar dates, which is how we used argon-argon dating to get the calendar year for the Mount Vesuvius eruption, matching the historical records of the site. This should not happen if radiometric dating does not work. And Mount Vesuvius is older than every single one of the dates on the screen there, except for one. So I got curious and tracked it down. First of all, that little chart there is stolen from Andrew Snelling, who is a geologist and should probably know better. But what's really curious to me is that those are proposed to be the secular dates. So therefore, I went to Snelling's original paper, which is from 1998, and I looked up what method he used, or which citation he used, they used, and lo and behold, it was potassium argon and argon dating. And it all seems to be on basalts. And I seem to remember a very prestigious scientist telling me that you can't actually use potassium argon dating or argon dating on basalts that have been inundated or suffused with seawater.
That means that submarine
Burb.
basalt are not suitable for potassium argon dating.
They just debunked themselves again. I don't even need to be doing this job. They do a fine enough job making themselves look bad on their own without my help. And while we're at it, contested Bones for just outright lying yet again. And also, Snelling got most of his work from Dalrymple. So I tracked down that paper, and guess what it's about? Excess argon! Now, because potassium argon dating relies on unstable potassium decaying into argon, we shouldn't see detectable amounts of argon in the samples after accounting for atmospheric argon. Now, some of Dalrymple's samples actually did have excess argon and gave an artificially inflated date. Now, you might be thinking, well, how do we know that that's not happening with all dating methods? And the answer is because they should not corroborate each other. And these sort of aberrant dates weren't corroborated by other methods. That's part of how we knew that they were aberrant. But let's listen to Professor Raw Matt for a second and say that argon-argon dating and potassium-argon dating always end up having some excess argon. That's going to give us a maximum of a billion-year buffer, so the Earth, congratulations, is 1 billion years younger than the 4.5 billion years that we supposedly be. Not too much help if you're a young Earth creationist, huh? Now Donnie is going to go on and talk about how excess helium, fission tracks, and radio halos are evidence for accelerated nuclear decay.
This physical, empirical evidence, right, Matt, that accelerated nuclear decay has occurred. And as we know, byproducts of radioactive decay include helium. You touched on that. Helium's an extremely slippery molecule, yet we find it in zircon crystals, as you were talking about, fission tracks, and radio halos that essentially suggest accelerated decay, probably at creation and the flood, okay, both periods of time. The creation week was an accelerated week, accelerated processes. Any kind of accelerated decay during that time period would be followed by accelerated cooling. Okay.
Oh, accelerated cooling, eh? Just made that up, did ya?
Alright, well tell him AFK, it's time to get the drop.
Guys, accelerated cooling is not a thing. Donnie could have just sat there and proposed a temporary magic time bubble. These two things are equivalently sci-fi. Now, I suspect that Donnie must be reading the Rate team's work as of late because he's been on a real kick about the stuff that they propose. Fission tracks, radio halos, and excess helium. These have all been on Donnie's short list as far as arguing for accelerated nuclear decay. Now, keep in mind, the Rate team argued that at least 4.5 billion years worth of decay has happened. They just think it had to happen very, very fast. And to make things easier on themselves, they actually proposed that accelerated nuclear decay happened twice. They think it happened during the creation week, but then the last 500 million years worth of accelerated nuclear decay happened during Noah's flood. This is what Donnie's been on about recently. He thinks they've got solid evidence that accelerated nuclear decay did happen. Not that it can, not that it might have, but that it did. So put a pin in that because we're going to address that at length at a later date.
I've never seen any real sufficient response from the critics on this. Guts and Gibbon attempted, and we did a full-out response to her response. Well, over a year ago at this point, there's never been a sophisticated rebuttal.
Yeah, I probably didn't watch it, but again, put a pin in accelerated nuclear decay having happened. Suffice it to say, it did not, and I'm going to show you why, but not yet.
And it's like the heat and energy that they say is a problem is a great way to get the plates moving in the first place.
So this is a quote from Lyle, and it's wrong. If you want to utilize heat to propel something like the continents and get them to move at race car speeds, literally race car speeds, then that heat needs to be directed, right? If I fill a big canister up, stick it to a rocket, and ignite it, it's not going to direct the rocket to fly, it's going to explode. Without a nozzle, like a available nozzle to actually direct the energy to propel the rocket, you are SOL.
Accelerated decay has happened. That's the most important point.
No.
Nope. He goes on another accelerated nuclear decay spiel and how there's all this proof for it. That's getting its own video because I want to make sure he sees it. I will put a link to it in this video when it's done.
Can you cover this concept of Z-pinch, for example, and how there would be something, I think it's called cold repacking, where you'd have basically a canceling out effect of any kind of excess heat that would be damaging? Go ahead, brother.
Oh, good! Ronat is going to explain to us how we can get cold repacking without the Earth having to be a plasma prerequisite. Okay, go ahead. I'm all ears.
Reduce your expectations to zero.
Yeah, there was obviously heat that was generated. There's no doubt about that. Why? Because we realized we found in genetics that all the aquatic life died at the same time. So there was a global bottleneck of not just land life when the flood happened. It destroyed the life in the ocean as well. Why do you think there's things like megalodons that are missing and these prehistoric creatures and whales that are no longer with us? Something killed them.
Well, okay. Was there heat or not? Because Donnie's just spent several minutes telling us that, like, there is no heat problem. Like, there just is not a heat problem.
There is no heat problem, guys.
Something, whether it's miraculous or future physics or something McQueen's got up his sleeve, something dissipated the heat. Your accelerated cooling. But now here's Ramat saying that there was heat, and a lot of it. In fact, there was so much heat that it killed most marine life. I mean, like, putting aside that makes no sense, because how is heat going to differentiate between sea life, right? Why did it kill all the megalodons and ichthyosaurs, but it left all of the cetaceans, your whales, and your big sharks? But also, they can't decide on whether there's a heat problem or not, right? Or whether there's even a massive amount of heat or not. Ramat says yes, Melanie says no. Which is it?
It had to have been the heat. You know, nothing else that we can think of did it. So, obviously massive amounts of heat would have done the job. But it didn't kill all of them, it just killed most of the life.
There is no heat problem, guys. There is no heat problem, guys. There is no heat problem, guys.
It had to have been the heat.
Hey, yo, what the f***? There's no heat problem.
and a lot of it was buried in the flood. So we know the global bottleneck happened in genetics, so now we want to find it in the geologic record. We see it. The only discrepancy that we see is based on the idea that the Earth is old because of these radiometric dates. And again, there's multiple ways to that the planet could have absorbed the heat or gotten rid of it, but it also comes down to how much heat was generated. And again, that goes back to what was the plates, what was doing with convection, what was going on. Is the Z-pinch even needed? Well, in Walt Brown's model, it is needed. Because again, it goes down to, he believed that the radioactive elements had to be produced in the flood, so he needs Z-pinch to do that. But why? There is no need for radioactive elements to have been there. Like Donnie mentioned earlier, God created things during creation week. Accelerated nuclear decay could have happened in the first week before there was even life on the planet. And the first days of creation, he is creating the foundations of the world, and he's creating the mountains and everything. Guess what? That's accelerated. That's when the process was really happening and occurring. There was no life to even hurt, so it wasn't a problem. And then we get to the flood, and then there's plate tectonic movements, and that's what I would say the heat would be generated from.
Okay, so let me see if I got this right. Ramet proposes that God creates the Earth 6,000 years ago, and on day, 3, whatever the day is before the animal and plant life shows up, God decides to accelerate nuclear decay in a massive way during a time period where it can't possibly hurt any of the critters that might be around. And then, once the flood arrives significantly later, the flood is responsible for shuffling all of these accelerated, decayed blocks of rock into their current order. And then the heat problem is thus from the friction of the continents moving around and dropping 10 miles or whatever the hell is happening in Walt Brown's model. He's gone back and forth. Where does the heat come from, you guys? You don't have a coherent model. You're changing your mind every couple of sentences, and it makes it very difficult to debunk, actually. I wonder if this isn't a strategy. But anyways, this doesn't make any sense. The whole reason that young Earth creationists put at least the past 500
400
years of accelerated
and
decay
one.
into the flood is because they have to explain the ordering of these radioisotopes, right? Why are they stacked the way they are in the rocks? They can't exactly appeal to hydrologic sorting like they can with animals or ecologic sorting. So they have to have some reason. So usually they accelerate the nuclear decay during the flood itself. But Ramat here is suggesting that I guess there wasn't accelerated nuclear decay during the flood. The flood just shuffles the layers that have already been laid down, and the decay of which was already accelerated during creation. Okay, so riddle me this. How exactly does that work with the fact that they are in order with extinct animals mimicking evolutionary order in deep time? Right? Why did the flood shuffle them in that way? Again, you can't hydrologically sort your elements. They don't sort by density and atomic weight like Ramat would have you believe. It doesn't make any sense. This is why the rate team doesn't propose that this happen. And also, if it did, then Ramat's earlier idea should be true, right? We should see sorting, it should be by density, right? The iridium layer that we find in between the extinction of the dinosaurs and the rise of the mammals shouldn't be 65.5 million years ago. It should be at the very bottom, if Ramat's proposing that the flood scoops up all the sediment in the geologic column that existed when God created the Earth, mixes it all up, and then resettles it out, ordering it by density. So why is the iridium not on the bottom? Actually, why isn't the osmium on the bottom, followed by the iridium? But moreover, again, none of this has anything to do with radiometric dating, right? Radiometric dating is not related to density and atomic weight in the way that Ramat is trying to make it seem here. This would be like if I took a bin full of Pokemon cards and I threw it into the lake and suggested that naturally they would sort themselves by type. Right? It's all Charmanders on the bottom. This is stupid. It's ridiculous that it doesn't make any sense. Ramat goes on to give a gibberish summary of cold repacking again.
But if we want to defend Walt Brown's position, then yes, if Z-pinch occurred during the flood in his model, there's a process called the cold repacking, which is a process where the heat is actually reabsorbed into the surrounding elements when it's formed. The very granite would have taken it back inside of itself because granite would have absorbed it. The crystalline structures which would have been producing this electrical effect would have been reabsorbed back into the granite as the heat was generated from the electricity that came from the granite. So the heat would have been produced and then absorbed again. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And that's very helpful in the model.
I'm not even sure he knows what cold repacking is at this point. You can cold repack to your heart's content. But if the conditions to get cold repacking require the Earth to be in a plasma state, you are SOL on the whole, like, Noah's Ark thing. Then he goes on to talk about the moon and radiocarbon dating. The latter of which we've already talked about, and the former of which is completely off topic and has nothing to do with anything. And then he says this.
Tells you what? Their evolution concept and mindset is a religion. They want it to be true. All this conflicting evidence that refutes the idea, they just ignore it. They don't want it to be true. They're anti-science. Why? Because if they were scientifics, they would go, ooh, show me that. Let me learn about that. I'm going to study that and figure out what's really going on here. Why are there discrepancies? That's what we did. We believed in evolution, and now look at us. We looked at the evidence and said, wow, that doesn't make any sense. I can't believe what they told us was just nonsense and a lie. That's why their science textbooks are replaced every 5 to 10 years. What you learned in school is not even taught anymore because it's just been replaced with nonsense that's going to be replaced in 10 more years. And they're just going to say, well, we learned more. Yeah, no, what you did is you've been falsified time and time and time and time again. That's not science. When you get multiple falsifications wrong, that shows you how weak your model is, how weak your theory is. If it's not getting anything accurate, throw it away.
Schizo posting on May.
Now, one thing we do here, Matt, as you know, is when we model build, because, you know, we strongly believe here in Stand for Truth Ministries in refuting the evolutionary model, just dismantling all their best arguments. That's why we've written books specifically dealing with their favorite lines of evidence, the endogenous retrovirus handbook, for example, and just the other, 15 books or so that we've put out, including our books on the flood. And so we'll combine the strengths of each flood model, right, and discard a lot of the weaknesses that aren't necessary based on false assumptions, right? So we have a combined model, essentially, and that's presented in a lot of our videos.
I'm sorry, a combined model?
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit.
What, you're gonna take different parts and create a hybrid between CPT and hydroplate? Oh my god, you can't actually do that. Models are created with interdependent parts. You can't just mix and match them like Legos. Take the parts that work. That's the most brain-dead thing I've ever heard in my life.
Which model you think out of these two prevailing ones, the CPT, catastrophic plate tectonics, versus the HPT, the hydroplate theory, which one of those models do you find personally to be the stronger one in light of its strengths and weaknesses?
Ooh, tough questions.
They literally contradict each other. What can you even say to this? Tough questions indeed. It's not workable. Old Brown's model, which they seem to want to take the idea of predictions from, and also I think the piezoelectric effect, starts with the Earth having a giant granitic crust that's 10 to 60 miles thick, seeded over like supercritical ocean water underneath, like a big stupid eggshell. You literally cannot have subduction under the hydroplate model, and subduction is a principal component of CPT, catastrophic plate tectonics, which is just regular plate tectonics, but sped up. It makes very similar predictions to regular plate tectonics with regard to where the continents should be today if they started as a supercontinent. What's going to be the advantages of CPT. This is a mathematical issue because these two ideas are diametrically opposed to one another. The hydroplate predictions are completely different from this and have, of course, been falsified by other young Earth creationists. A guy named Edward Isaacs, who's also a young Earth creationist, ran through the incorrect predictions of plate tectonics that hydroplate makes and has, of course, been proven wrong on. I believe he mostly concerns himself with Brown's ideas on where the trenches should be, and of course where they are not located today. And then you've got Brian Nickel, who is a hydroplate acolyte who is very adamant, again, that subduction just doesn't happen. And like CPT, again, needs it to. CPT is also okay with the fact that the continents are still moving today, whereas hydroplate, not so much. So we've got all these like mechanical issues here where these two models are interdependent within themselves, right? They have different variables that depend on one another to make sense. And as a result, they are not able to be parsed. You can't just pick and choose little pieces from them. You can't have both subduction happening and the release of water be from the rupturing of an unbroken granitic crust around the surface of the Earth. just doesn't work.
With Walt Brown's predictions, he has over 60. Most of them are on the flood model, and he's nailed most of them.
7. Walt Brown says that 7 of his nearly 60 predictions have come to fruition, and honestly, most of those 7 are also suspect.
You have to mix them. You just have to. It's so good to mix the two because I think they're both amazing now. I was more Walt Brown, and then I started going like, I can't explain the layers of the flood with Walt Brown, so I have to use the other one now.
So it's here that Rahman and Donnie kind of tucker themselves out and decide to end this video. Wow. Yikes. Oof. I saw this and I was so blown away by the content that I mentioned earlier it's like junk food to me. I couldn't help myself. I had to make a video on this. If I like eating junk food, then this is the equivalent of like a mukbang. I cannot fathom putting this out into the eternal ether of the internet for everyone to see forever and not die from the lethal amount of embarrassment. But what I really couldn't believe even more than that is the fact that there was a follow-up video to this. They did it again! And the follow-up, oh, you guys, it's got some juicy stuff. For one, Donnie formalizes his challenges about radio halos and fission tracks, and he then just says that if those sort of geologic items can be explained, he will just admit that the heat problem is currently unsolved. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that he would just give me this gift. It's like...
Ballista limbs, too. Tall ogre, never getting Xenite. Never even getting a ballista. Talon, save me. Why won't you save me, Talon?
Go, Rilla.
You would need to help. I'm going mad. Why did I get another ballista limb? Why, SpongeBob? Why? Well, clearly I'm just, I gotta get lucky somewhere, like I said the other day. Well, it's not here, but maybe somewhere. Woohoo.
I've stolen your luck and turned it into a Grim Dawn expansion.
I don't want that.
Yeah, it's not for you.
I'm
Even
canceling.
though it's in a nice snowy area.
I'm
No,
canceling
wrong.
your Grim Dawn expansion. It's cancelled.
Wrong.
It's cancelled and I've cancelled it. If you won't give me my drops, I'm going to cancel you.
Wrong.
You have been cancelled.
I am uncancelled.
Two more Snape Dragon Seeds. Durg.
You're right, MFD. Sometimes you do need to cut people off like a light switch. Oh, hello, spicy people of the internet. I'm Spice8Rack, aka the human embodiment of the phrase, well, it can't get much worse, can it? And welcome to my comfortable abode. The world is full of hatred. The world is full of anger. The world is full of online political hyperbole. And if you follow me on Twitter, you know I'm part of the problem. So let's relax. And what better way to do that than with one of your best friends? Unfortunately, I had to disown my last best friend after he crept into my room dressed as James Corden from Cats. So I need a new bestie. And to celebrate the fact that Commander 2019 is going to be coming out soon and Throne of Eldraine looks bloody nuts, doesn't it? I'm going to be looking for one in the card game The Magic the Gathering. Whoa! Also, before we go any further, I'd just like to announce that this video is sponsored. Far from being shunned, my insane ramblings have actually been picked up by the glittering eye of Channel Fireball themselves, and they're going to be supporting the channel, which is a little bit nuts, to be honest. So cool. Thanks, guys. Do remember to use code
Spice is the code. I didn't know what the code was before I filmed this. Use code SPICE
in the link below to sign up to your next Magic Fest and support the channel even more. Don't worry though, despite corporate sponsorship, my scruples haven't shifted 1 nano-angstrom, and I promise that this new relationship won't change the output of this channel. won't change the output of this channel one iota. So come with me as I answer the question on all of your juicy lips. Who would be the best Magic the Gathering best friend? So I decided for this video to focus only on characters that have cards. I felt it would be a little bit difficult to try and work out an entire character based on a single appearance in a book or a story article. And this actually ended up culling a weird number of quite significant characters. So for example, like Gix, who was Yawgmoth's first Praetor, doesn't actually appear on any non-Vanguard card, as does Commodore Goth, who is the one and only good Planeswalker. After cutting all the characters that didn't appear on any non-Vanguard cards, this left me with a cool and easy 1,094 cards that I had to go through. And in the immortal words of Zhuge Liang, after being told how many arrows Shu Wu wanted him to collect from Cao Cao's army, that is frankly an unreasonable amount. To trim some of the fat, I ended up cutting all but the most temporally recent legendary creatures. So, for example, out of all of the different iterations of Niv Mizzet that appear in the game, only the reborn version that appears in War of the Spark would be canon. I also cut all of the non-legends that flip and turn into legendary creatures from Kamigawa block because I just don't like them. Just don't really. Next, I took out any cards that represent multiple people or search for multiple people or have multiple interchangeable forms with notably different personalities or physical forms, as I felt it was a little bit unfair to each other individual legend. This did put me in a little bit of a bind with some of the cards. For example, with Gissa and Geralf, their latest iteration shows them together, but they do have two cards that show them individually. They were just printed a couple of years beforehand. So I diced with that for a little bit, but then I actually came to the conclusion that they are both horrible people and there's no way they would have made it into the list anyway, so I just put them all in the bin. I still had a lot of cards to go through, so I did make some additional cuts. So for example, I removed any creature that is just a real-life historical figure or based on a real-world character or figure. So that got rid of all of the three unplayers, Richard Garfield, Nebuchadnezzar, 1996 World Champion, and every single legendary creature from Portal 3 Kingdoms. That was a really, really weird set. Next, no characters from different timelines or realities, unless they are shown to still exist within the new canon timeline. So none of the old clans from Clans of Tarkir, and none of the plane-shifted or color-shifted variations of legendary creatures who we know from the original timeline, such as Krovak's Ascendant Hero. I am allowing characters who we haven't seen before that came through Rifts, such as Norin the Wary or Megara. I finally decided to, potentially controversially, cut every single Planeswalker from this list. Because they come with their own bloody stay out of the bloody comment section, you rascals. My reasoning for this was because Planeswalkers come with a whole load of unique boons and also drawbacks that I don't think you can really compare to legendary creatures. And the main reason I cut them as opposed to creatures is that they can travel the multiverse. And I want to like walk down the street, knock on my best friend's front door and just go, "Oh, here, Tim, I want to play some Smash Ultimate with you," and for them not to be in Dinosaur Land. Finally, to make my life easier, I'm just going to pretend that nobody's dead. So I'm just going to pretend that everybody who exists on a card is just going to be alive in the last state we saw them. You may be thinking that this whole video, both conceptually and logistically, is just a pale imitation of Polygon's Unraveled series, and whilst those videos are a major inspiration to me and my channel, and undoubtedly many of you out there as well, I hope that this video has its own unique voice and can enter the pantheon of niche online over-analysis, fresh and funky. And besides, I would never in my wildest dreams attempt to rip off such an icon like Brian David Gilbert completely wholesale. Or would I? No, I wouldn't do that. That would be like incredibly churlish and rude. With all the big cuts out of the way, now we can actually move on to the sexy part of this video. The categorization. That was horrid. To be my best friend, a legendary creature is going to have to pass 3 rigorous balances on a subjective tightrope. The first, consciousness. On one hand, can I have a conversation with this character in a literal sense? Can I actually converse with them without being incredibly weirded out or eaten? I won't go through every single one in this category. I'm just going to point out a couple to give you an idea of the kind of people that fall at this first hurdle. Hope of Girapur, just a bomb. Goreclaw, Terror of Qual Sisma, just an angry bear who is literally killing a man in her art. Experiment Frage. Blob, Neheb, and all of the other legendary Eternals, because they're all literally just mindless pawns of Nicol Bolas, including Temet, who actually became an Eternal. Mowu. As much as I love the good boy, there is no way that they're ever going to choose me over Yangu. And finally, Skeleton Ship. It's just a spooky boat. It's just a bone boat. And all of the other legendary creatures that didn't make this cut are sort of going to be around me at this point. So if your fave is here, I also took this opportunity to create a little sort of like subcategory within the mega category of not being able to have a good conversation, and that's people who are physically conscious, but not sociologically conscious. You know, I don't really mind if you and I can't have a huge, meaningful debate about, you know, the state of truth, but there are some people who I really just can't look past their... Well, I'll show you what I mean. Tornos, essentially Urza's arms dealer. Sidar Kondo, the father of Volrath, who somehow didn't realize that he was raising Ardman Brightburn. Ailey, Eternal Pilgrim. Eldrazi Truther. Rona, disciple of Gix. The Artificer equivalent of a film student who still cites Roman Polanski as the benchmark for good filmmaking. What, you got a problem with that? And a variety of other people who you couldn't have a conversation with without wanting to grab them by the shoulders and going, "What do you mean common soldiers can't understand what a Sidar knows? How did you not realize you were raising Razimus Clayface?" On the other end of this balancing act, we also have people who are too conscious. Like, I love having my views challenged, learning new things about science and the world. But I imagine hanging out with a man who describes himself as the omnipotent would get super old super quickly. Other too conscious legendaries include Isperia and literally every other Sphinx, Autumn Willow and her daughter, who are both the living embodiment of nature, which arguably a bit much. Joyra and Squee, whilst they may not be as big-brained as some of the other too conscious characters that I have on this list, they suffer from the greatest form of consciousness. The understanding that they are immortal, and that no matter how strong a friendship is, no matter how powerful that bond, you will wither, you will age and decay whilst they stay the same. Forever changing on the inside but never the outside. Destined to watch your friendship and you die. Riven Turnbull, he looks like a bloody libertarian if you ask me. And all of the other hyper-conscious characters, their names are currently around me in some capacity. Future Connor, edit in a GIF. Cheers, me. Okay, so we managed to get rid of a decent number of legendary creatures. We still have a number to go. So the next category that we're going to pass everyone through like a fine cheesecloth is the party category. Now, if you know me, you know I love a good boogie. Here's a picture of me dancing. We stand. So I decided that I would just get rid of every single character who would stunt my flow, put a crimp in my style, who just weren't enough party. The first character that I want to use as an example is Quende, Pride of Femereth, who tried to murder Teferi, who, as we all know after watching our fair share of Esper control mirrors, is the king of parties. Next we have Kumano, Master Yamabushi, who spent his whole life on top of a mountain until some demon said, hey, someone's been chatting bollocks about you down there, and then he went down, decapitated them, and came back. Next we have Marwyn the Nurturer, who's probably an amazing friend, but couldn't stay out past 7 PM. Next, Hivis of the Scale, who's just possessive. And as our last example, Kemba Car Regent, the erstwhile leader of a society on the brink of being consumed by a vast and unknowable evil. Effectively, if Theresa May was in the new Cats movie. As well as all of the rest of these not party people who you can currently see in some capacity on your screen laid before your eyes for your viewing pleasure. Of course, on the other side of that coin, we have the too much party people. I like a party, but I also often just sort of go to sleep in a spare room after about 2 hours. So I can appreciate someone who can get down, but also is chill with being down. It sounds like depression. So I can appreciate someone who is both here to boogie, but also here to nap. And yes, before you comment anything, everyone affiliated with the Rakdos cult was already on this list before I'd even written this script. A large number of these people actually also need a little bit of further explanation, so I'm gonna just go through a large amount of them, just sort of give you the idea of why I have considered them too much party. The first one being Croesus the Purger, who would slay his enemies by screaming at them until they died, which, you know, pretty much takes karaoke off the table forever. We also have Lord of Tressorhorn. I don't want to have to kill one of my friends each time he comes around to visit. Uril the Mist Stalker. We get it. You've ate Slimefoot Stowaway. We get it. You did shrooms in Amsterdam. It doesn't need to be your entire personality now. Carho, Minimo Historian. We get it. You have reckless safety standards about how much hairspray you have in your hair versus the amount of literal fireballs you have around you. It's a very good look, Carho, but it's also very dangerous. Joven. Now, I love eyeliner and leather braces and Snarg's House of Sin just as much as the rest of the red-blooded Welsh population. But all three at the same time, little bit much there, Joven. Kethis, the Hidden Hand. If whatever you touch starts glowing, I want your hands in public view at all times. Reki, the History of Kamigawa. That is the body of a man who knows every single bartender in Magaluf by name. Sivtree Skarzam, obviously drunk out of her mind. Who else has tamed Skarzam's dragon? My guy, that is clearly a large seahorse. And finally, as our final example, Gwendolyn de Courcy, the greatest temptress in all of Dominaria, luring hundreds, perhaps thousands of warriors. All fine so far. De Courcy then apparently killed her would-be lovers. That is the definition of too much party. I could honestly talk about the different decisions that went into each of these characters falling into the too much party category, but I'm just going to kind of leave their names on screen for now and let you make an educated choice as to why you think they fell within this category. They each do have a reason. My final test originally was one of pure morality. We've had people who had questionable views about some things, but we haven't covered the people who are just out and out dicks. So let's peruse the dicks. Cabal Patriarch. Patriarchy at its worst. X. Got enough of them already. Lord Mangus, the guy who turned into the Sylvan Library. So if you've ever played against that in a game of EDH, he's the one to blame. We can also add every demon, every dragon lord, and every kami from Kamigawa. There were, of course, some kami who joined the Mortal versus Kami war reluctantly, but if you're gonna do a mass murder, it doesn't really matter how reluctantly you do it. Whilst we're in Kamigawa, Azami Lady of Scrolls falls into this category. Quite surprisingly, I didn't really know much about her lore and just assumed I was going to put her in the not enough party category. But when I actually read up about her, I found that she is partly responsible for the death of her mother by drowning. She poisoned her class rival to get ahead in her school, and she left her best friend to get killed by rats in a swamp, all so that she could hold on to a scroll, which turned out to be completely useless. Omega Yikes, Vishkal Blood Arbiter. Nobody who sits on a chair like that is fun. And finally, Sir Chandler Eberin. This one, actually, I couldn't find much about them, but that's because each time I typed in Chandler Eberin MTG lore into Google, I just kept getting redirected to the Chandler wiki page, and I got so frustrated that he's just in the dick category now. Okay, so as for the other dicks, there's quite a lot of them, so I'm just gonna kind of let all of the names scroll up next to me, whilst I quickly mention some anti-dicks, my patrons. Really want to do a quick shout out to Jude Big Boy, Mercs the Wise, Kurt A Apologizer, Might of Din, and Matteo Tank 1, and all of my other wonderful patrons who you can join with the link that's currently on screen now. Thanks so much for supporting this channel, I really do appreciate it. These videos would not be possible without you. Are the dicks done? Now with the dicks out of the way, it's time to talk about the goody two-shoes. We're talking real do-gooders. We're talking about real Puritans. We're talking about woke overloaded tools. Let's talk about the holier-than-thou crowd. Into this category goes almost every single angel, all but one god. It's quite difficult to not be holier-than-thou when you are literally a deity. We also have Ishao Enlightened Bushi, a politically transcendent samurai, aka what half of Twitter sees themselves as. Azusa, Lost But Seeking. Let me tell you about my gap year I spent traveling around Kamigawa and actually visited an Orochi colony where I helped underprivileged forearmed snake children. Arcades the Strategist, de facto ruler of Dominaria in the years after the Elder Dragon War, and turned it into a literal police state. Good job, Arcades. Raksha, the Golden Cub, Cat Jesus, and lastly, Tatyova Benthic Druid. Now, I'm a vegetarian, but that flavor text makes me want to pile drive a deer. And whilst the rest of the holier-than-thou crowd hangs out on screen, it was at this point in my research that I realized that there were too many. I had too many cards left. There were too many cards. Oh no! So I came up with two quick new categories to get rid of an additional amount of creatures. The first one I came up with was the just plain nasty category. Now, a person's physical features, flaws, and flourishes shouldn't come into account when you're considering who should be your best friend. But when they look like this, that's going to produce some genuine hygiene issues. I also put a subcategory into the just plain nasty grouping for people who would give really bad hugs. These included Azuri, Claw of Progress, Phyrexian hugs, Urtai the Corrupted, Torturous hugs, Josu Ves, Necrotic hugs, and King Makar, overly luxurious hugs. The rest of the just plain nasty category is currently on screen, so lap it up. But I had one more category that I thought could just get rid of the last little remnants of people who I hadn't found a place for in the rest of my best friend choosing. And that was people who have names that I really don't want to have to say when I introduce them to the rest of the friendship group. For example, hi guys, it's so nice to hang out with you here in this pub. I want to introduce you to my new friend, Vona, Butcher of Magan, Cedrus the Traitor King, Trogar, Famine Incarnate, Traxos, Scourge of Krug, and all of these other deeply unfortunate names. Now, after all of this, I was left with 90, just under 90 legendary creatures in the final sweepstake for who could be my new best friend. And so I had to make some additional cuts, a little bit more sort of fine cuts. Oh, actually no, before that, I forgot to mention something. All right, so the only thing I found out about this guy, right? General Jarkeld. I looked into this guy's lore, and I couldn't really decide where to put him, so I made his own category, which I labeled Plain Stupid, because allegedly he called himself the Arctic Fox, and then got his army lost in the Arctic, in the Adarka Wastes, where they froze to death. Amazing! With him out of the way, we can now talk about the characters who are either like on the edge of being sort of not actually someone I want to be friends with, or who I just didn't really know that much about. These people include Lazav, the Multifarious, because whilst he could take the place of any of your friends at a house party if they all passed out and you still wanted a boogie, bit ethically no on that one. Hundling Gunjornensen, at first this guy ranked higher on the list, but then I realized that in his flavor text it's got quotation marks but no attribution, which means that he said this about himself in third person. Aisha Tanaka, a mystical armorer that worked alongside Tetsuo Umezawa in his battles for and against Nicol Bolas, but I honestly couldn't find that much out about her readily. Nazan! Literally just a cat with a hammer, and the rest of the stragglers in this category you can see lined up here. And we're going to use that momentum and move straight on into the next cull, which is the... Okay, there's no two ways of going about this. This is the pity group. These were the people who I didn't want to cut early on because I felt bad about cutting them, but who inevitably I ended up having to do it. So I've actually got this little section here. There's only 5 people. Fibblefip, who is a hapless, charming, inverted minion who is excellent at climbing, but I don't think is reliable enough to be a best friend. Kei Takashi, who is a selfless cleric who actually gave their own life to save their friend, and whilst that normally would have put them in the holier than thou category, I think that, you know, they had a bit of a troubled upbringing, so I wanted to throw them a little bit of a bone. Ishan's Shade. Yes, he did some horrible things in life, but he's trying to make up for that in death, and honestly, I think we can appreciate that in today's cancel culture. Sapling of Kolfanor, Emo Baby Groot, and Zergo Bellstriker. Our third filter is technically actually was more of an emergency button of sorts. See, when I made the rule about not having multiple people on a card or people who could search for multiple people, I neglected to extend that rule to pets. And so I just have a long list of people who happen to have like a dog in their art. So that's Godo, Halar, Izareth, Ishi, Joriel, who I actually found out was a massive ass in her story, but I was blinded by the fact that she just has 2 big cats. Carrie Zev, Sylvalia. With pets gone, we can now move on to decent people, but who don't have that kind of like that extra spark, that extra specific hobby or interest that makes them excellent to be a good friend. Such characters include Darigaz Reincarnated, who does recognize that his power and majesty needs oversight by the Shivan Council, and who is making great strides to change the Dragons of Dominaria from violent to more peace-loving, but he's a bit big and I like clubbing. The brothers Yamazaki. Now, when I did make the rule about multiple people, these were the characters that, surprisingly, actually skirted around this rule. Not only do they not actually look for each other or showcase each other in the artwork, but at the end of the Kamigawa storyline, they'd actually separated due to the death of, I believe it was, their father. And so it means that you could hang out with one of them and not the other. And they were decent people, but that's a lot of, like, you know, war casualty baggage. Takim Lawweaver. described on the Magic the Gathering Mirage character profiles as a bit of a braggart, but at heart he is a charming man. The perfect blend of holiness and dickishness. Holy Dick. Urabrask the Hidden. Yes, he is a Cyberman xenomorph praetor of the Phyrexian race, but when he did take over the Furnace Layer, he actually made great strides to save the Mirrans who existed there from the invading Phyrexian horde. So, you know, he's got a bit of a soft side. But he really likes foundries, and I'm not really here for like industrial tours, so he's got to go, I'm afraid. Ravos Soul Tender. Can't lie, he's mainly here because he's quite yummy. And the rest of the perfectly acceptable but not particularly exciting characters can be seen around him. Now, after all of this, we are left with 24 characters. We've gone down from over 1,000 to 24, and so we just need one more cut before we're left with our final selection. And this cut is going to be made by taking all the characters who have a hobby, have an interest, but it's kind of their only thing, and we're going to take those guys out of the running. So here are some of those examples. There's not many of them, so I'm actually going to just go through each one of them in alphabetical order, starting with Dipala Pilot Exemplar, who is a super cool engineer and pilot, and who did work with the Renegades of Kaladesh. But apart from piloting, does she really have any extra interest? Doran the Siege Tree, who is shamanistically wise and has many inspirational and potentially Instagrammable quotes, but apart from climbing on him, I don't really foresee any particular fun friendship activities we could do. Jax Levert, I originally put this guy in the not enough party category, but then I realized just how amazing a life would be where we just go around the countryside defending sheep. Sounds lovely. It is only one thing we could do though. Jury N, Ruin Diver. Adventurous, helpful, a great person to go around a museum with, but again, artifacts, like I've seen a coffin, I've seen Damien Hirst's cow. Do I really need to see that much more? Don't think so. Munda, Ambush Leader. Apart from surprise parties, is he really good for anything? Toshiro the Anointed, he reached out to the human monks of Jukai during the Kami War. He's a diplomat, and he's a sick archer. But again, apart from that, we don't really have much to go on. Sisay, Weatherlight Captain. When we last see her, she's actually piloting a new flying ship in the vein of the Weatherlight. But I'm not really one for cruises, and I think I want to, have a bit more diversity. Tetsuko Umezawa, Fugitive. Would probably know loads of back ways to get into secret pubs and secret clubs, but whilst you're there, they'd always be looking over their shoulder, fearing that some pawn of Nicol Bolas is going to come along and stab them. So it would be a tense experience. Theoden of Havenwood. Just a gardener, with absolutely no ulterior motives whatsoever. Tiana, ship's caretaker, helpful around the house, and ironically, the only angel who doesn't come across like an absolute tool. Tuvasa, the sunlit. Apart from amazing spa treatments, what realistically would I get out of our relationship? And finally, Yisan, the Wanderer Bard. Now, this guy can do a lot. He can summon pets with his music. He can just play his music normally. And whilst that does seem like multiple things, he's also a very adventurous person. I don't want to be the guy that brings the guy that has the balalaika to the house party because he sits in the corner and he just plays the balalaika and everyone's like, oh, that's cool. That's an interesting Hungarian instrument you've got there. But, you've been playing that for 4 hours solid and we really just want to get in because Footloose is playing, but you're too busy because your balalaika is like 5 foot across and 7 foot long. Can you just put the balalaika away? Just put the fuck. And here we are. We have whittled it down to the last 11 legendary creatures, and I've ranked them in friendship level. So let's go through them. Number 11, Damia, Sage of Stone. Yes, she is a murderer. See this bottle? There'll be hooch in them bottles. Number 10, Eladamri, Lord of Leaves. A lover, a fighter, and a man who owns his own vineyard. Big plus there. However, he is in charge of an entire army of elves, and so the good chances that you're not going to be able to hang out as often as you'd like. Number 9, Bruce Tarl, boorish herder. Yes, he doesn't have much in the way of hobbies, except for creative swearing, but come on. Come on, it's Bruce Tarl! It's Bruce Tarl! I really don't have an argument, I just really like Bruce Tarl. Number 8, Marilyn of the Morn Song, an avatar of an evil fae called Una. How...
Hey! 50 more! Woo! We've killed 100 and we got nosy night.
The gorillas laugh at you.
Yeah.
However, she has managed to de-shackle herself from her creator's personality, and she is great at finding things like secret clubs, like keys, like ad nauseum combo pieces. She's got it all. Number 7, Bridget, hero of Kinsbale, a heroic Kithkin who is also a master archer and who enjoys teaching magic. She's also a part-time pirate, so with lots of pluses, but she does lose some points because she did punch Sig in the face. Number 6, Zedru the Great-Hearted, calm, kind, and speaks the love language of gift-giving. The only love language that matters. Number 5, Showmano Revolutionary, a romantic revolutionary who, after leading a successful revolution, now spends his time chilling out in a woodland next to a really nice fountain. And honestly, I'm here for that life. Number 4, Gonti, Lord of Luxury. Yes, he is a notorious crime lord. However, that A means that he's probably got a sick-ass home cinema system, big plus, and B, he also utilized his wealth to fund the revolutionaries of Kaladesh. Now that's what I call ethical consumption under capitalism. Number 3, Slowbad, Goblin Tinkerer. Listen, come closer. Come on. Slowbad, right? Slowbad. I know I said this in the Goblin video. He died so that everybody who died on Mirrodin could live. He died to save his friends. He gave up the opportunity to explore the vastity of the multiverse as a near god in order that a few ultimately meaningless people would survive. Slowbad is one of the greatest friends that would ever exist. And would Slowbad go and see Hamilton without you? Would he? Will? Is that something that you'd do? No, don't you shake your head. Don't you shake your head at me. Number 2, Yuriko, the Tiger Shadow. Not only does she work tirelessly for the betterment of the oppressed people of Kamigawa, she's also chock full of fun facts like government secrets, and is always ready for a costume party. The only reason she misses out on top billing is because she's a little bit aloof and mysterious, and I don't want to have to like work really hard to get to know you. I want to have a conversation and just the sparks fly, and that's what I believe will happen with the person that I've picked for number 1.
Alright, so due to various levels of chicanery, this video didn't actually come out before Commander 2019 spoilers began, and I didn't want to release this and then have a whole number of other legendary creatures that I hadn't considered within the ranking, so I waited until all the spoilers came out. Today is the day where all of the deck lists are now fully out, and so I'm going to go through all of the new legendaries really, really quickly and just slam them straight into the different categories. So we're going to start with Rayami, first of the Fallen, who is ribbed for nobody's pleasure, so he gets bad hugs. We've got Kramikon, Sky Rampart, who is, it's just geometry, not conscious. Marisi, Breaker of the Coil, bit aggressive, too much party. Kirk, son of Yorgmoth, who looks like a really, really well-drawn version of all the Sonic the Hedgehog OCs I made when I was 10. Bad hugs. Tandina, Slinking Sorcerer. Do not trust anyone who calls themselves Slinking. We're going to put that in bad name. Grismold the Death Sower. Now, you could put him in bad name as well, but he does give you plant-based gifts, and I'm willing to look past somebody's title if they give me regular succulents. So I'm going to put him in the OK Friend category. Elsha of the Infinite. Unclear as to whether she exists in the non-canon Khan's timeline of Tarkia or pre-Khanful Tarkia. Either way, she's too conscious. Sevine, the Chronoclasm, would be amazing to relive old and fun parties with. However, I think potentially he's a bit caught up in the past, and I don't really want to be stuck in a timeline where I'm just Groundhog Daying the same particularly spicy game of Truth or Dare. So put him in too much party. Angie Falconrat, just gonna go out on a limb and say Dick. Atla Palini, Nest Tender, who would be far too busy looking after her eggs to come hang out, so not enough party. And then finally, Gired Conclave Exile. You can bring wine, you can bring shots, but you cannot bring rhinos to my house. Too much party. Alright, that's them done. Back to you in the studio. God, I'm tired. At number 1, who do I think would make the best friend out of all of Magic the Gathering? Someone who I can have a conversation with. Someone who I cannot be scared is going to overburden me with knowledge, but also who's going to be interesting to talk to. Someone who can have a good time, but also is super okay with just relaxing and chilling out. Someone who isn't a monster, but also someone who isn't going to judge me for occasionally eating mascarpone cheese out of the pot. Who can I find in the whole of Magic the Gathering who encompasses that? Well, it's actually someone that in the canon of the game has already got experience being a best friend. At number 1, I pick Raphaelos, Lanoir Emissary. The one-time avatar of Yavimaya, who actually steps down when he realised that he wasn't up for the job. That's how self-aware this guy is, has been shown to be a relaxed character who doesn't admonish a good tipple every now and again. Raphaelos is a wise and caring man who isn't afraid to occasionally cause a little bit of mischief and mayhem with the odd prank every now and again. Raphaelos' story ended when he was killed by Gallowbraid at Krovax's estate, but what story he did appear in, he emboldened it with mirth, laughter, and most importantly, friendship. And there you have it. That's who I picked. Raphaelos is, I believe, to be the greatest friend you can have in Magic the Gathering. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do let me know in the comments below. And if you... Fuck me, Philip DeFranco creeping in there. Do you think I'm right? Do you think I'm wrong? Do let me know. I'd love to hear from you. And, as always, stay spicy.
monkeys anymore. There's too many monkeys.
Don't forget your gorilla forever.
Too many monkeys. Too many monkeys. Can't handle all these monkeys. Going monkey crazy. Is this why they call it monkey madness?
Yes.
Oh.
Now you are the mad monkey.
Geek, geek, mother trucker.
I'm not going to say it's not informative. It's extremely informative, to the point that it's dry.
Or they're sometimes referred to as handguns, because they're supported only with the hands.
Yeah, this one's okay.
I hope this ends with her blowing some punky Kingdom Come.
I need some.
Just turns horribly violent.
Yeah.
Just ends with Dylan finding the gun.
It was all the different types of guns and the caliber of bullets and how it was very informative.
And like
but
even just when you're shooting, don't hitch this way, don't do this, like it was very informative. I just don't understand the marketing of it particularly.
I think Rich is right. It was a gateway drug.
I'll call you and give you the instructor's number. Bye.
I'll call him first thing in the morning.
Okay.
Thanks.
What you just witnessed is an incident that could happen in any number of homes.
Having a friend over? What was the role of Me's dad in this?
Oh, he cashed a paycheck.
Okay. He was our sexy Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, but he's like presumably in his own living room.
Oh, that definitely looked like his man cave.
They brought the camera. At some point, he starts looking really irritated.
NRA certified instructors and local shooting ranges can be found by inquiring at nearby gun shops.
Angry.
He is angry.
He doesn't want to be doing this shit. This is like the third take, and he's like, oh,
He
done.
thought this was gonna take an hour, but it took him like that long to set up.
Yeah, it's been all day. Like I was gonna.
And I assume that's because it took them longer to shoot it than he would have liked. It's like you got an hour, and it's
yeah,
like,
that last scene with him, he's saying his lines with a little bit of spice behind him.
Yeah, there's just. Do you know how much what I have to chop today?
Look, all I want to know is what happened to poor Dylan.
Dylan got clawed to death by a raccoon and knocked over the garbage can. We found him, became a full circle. The problem became the solution. Mom went out and got a gun and learned all about the guns, but really the raccoon was what made the noise in the first place. And
But we love guns. We love the guns. We love the.
We get the best guns.
It ended up crying.
Every time I see the guns, they cry.
She didn't even need the gun.
The raccoons are crying in the dumpsters.
Dylan was in his room because he never leaves his room because he just spends all day watching TV.
Oh my
God!
How was that?
That was great. Wow.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I did.
Good shooting.
So after A Woman's Guide to Firearms, not firearm safety, just firearms.
Yeah.
There's no safety involved.
No, it's 100% informational.
Rich spun the wheel and we landed on TV and Me. The puppetry episodes, 10 puppetry episodes by Dale and Liz Von Segen. Jay, tell us all about TV and Me.
Oh God, this is how long? This video felt like it was 2 hours long.
It's not that long.
It's 10 episodes, which are like 3-4 minute little things where this fucking lady just nags at this poor little puppet about the fact that he watches TV.
You know, if you spend too much time in front of the television, it makes it difficult to get other things done.
She is such a nag.
Yeah.
Just awful.
Absolutely insufferable.
Slick, if you ask me, I think your TV habits are turning your brains into marshmallows.
So who's asking you?
What a judgy, uptight bitch.
Slick, stop coming to your window. What she calls.
Just ignore her. You don't have to talk to this lady.
You can close the window.
She's a fucking nag.
Close the window. Don't go to Luigi's anymore because it's never open.
It's an anti-television religious video made to look like Sesame Street.
That they can play on
That
television.
you have to watch on TV.
No, I think it was on public access.
No, I can definitely
But
see
that's
it.
on
being
TV.
shown.
That's TV.
Oh, yeah. But that's what I mean.
This probably wasn't public access.
No, this feels like a privately distributed tape for like
This was
Sunday
this.
school.
Yeah.
Why
I'll
did
tell
they
you
make
where
them
they-
10 episodes?
I'll tell you where they aired
Because
this.
it's 10 weeks of programming.
No.
Yeah, it says it on the thing.
Yeah.
You show one and you discuss with your Sunday school students. Do you watch too much TV? What do you watch on the TV?
But there's really not a lot of progression from episode to episode until like the last 2 or 3.
Okay.
Because the first ones are just, what's her name, Liz? Liz, she walks past Luigi's restaurant.
Cafe that's always closed.
It's always closed. And then she yells to this poor puppet. What's his name?
Slick! Slick!
Slick.
She yells to Slick, come to the window so I can bitch at you like an asshole
And
about the
Slick-
fact that you watch
yeah.
TV.
And Slick's like, no!
Yeah.
I'm watching TV!
I watch
Fuck
the TV.
off, Liz!
Stay away from me, Liz. I'm trying to watch
Slick, come here. I have to judge you based on what you do in your free time.
Oh, you're never going to learn.
No, see, that's the question. That's the big question. Slick, to me, looked like a parrot or a lobster. But he had the voice of like a 58-year-old man.
Like
who
a
was
biker.
angry. But she kept saying, did you do your homework? So the
Yeah.
implication was that Slick was a child.
Yeah, he lived with his family,
But
his
he
mom, and his
sounded
sister.
like he sounded like fucking Brian Cox in Succession. I only wish she told Liz, fuck off.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Wow.
Because he sounded like a grizzled old man who looked like a
That's because he
lobster
was voiced
parrot
by Liz's husband, IRL.
who was a grizzled old
Who is a
man.
grizzled old man.
I wonder how our friend Slick is doing today.
Leave him alone!
I hope this one is just her, like, just knocking and he just won't come.
Yeah.
Go away, I'm busy!
Slick, you're not watching TV again, are you?
What do you care? Your fucking business.
Liz, we gotta make a video telling kids not to watch the violent stuff on TV. I'll play a children's character.
Wear your plainest dress.
Don't show any skin, Liz.
Don't unbutton your top button, Liz. Put a googly eye on my eyes, Liz.
Crank the frump up to 11.
Put the nag to 12. High front.
Come on, let me help
No!
you.
He's dead!
You can see the hand.
Oh, God.
Did the hand pull out?
You saw the hand pull out.
Oh, God.
But okay, so if little what?
Slick.
Why didn't Slick have a voice like a child? Wasn't Slick voiced by a child? It's me, Slick.
They did not have children available.
So immediately, as grown-ups, as adults, or I guess rational people, we witness Slick appear in his window, and he's like, "It's me, Slick." And we're like, okay, Slick is a grown-ass man.
He is an Oscar the Grouch knockoff.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's exactly where I was going. They wanted to draw that parallel. I mean, even before they threw him into the trash can in like episode 5 or whatever.
It's true.
See ya!
Whoa! Killed himself!
What the fuck?
They really
true.
yeah, he's the ornery thing. So yeah, like I definitely agree with you on that.
Because when I find it, I'm going to peel his old skin back.
Better clean up the mess, Slick.
So you're like, why is Liz, this elderly woman who's hanging out on Sesame Street?
She's middle-aged like us, Mike.
Okay, she's probably 28 years old.
Wow.
It's hard to tell with that feathered hair.
It's hard to tell, but why is she lecturing a fictional puppet who's 68?
Oh, because she's a nag who gets in everybody else's business.
That's what comes across.
And unfortunately, there's only one other person that lives on this block, and it's Slick. So
Oh my God.
He gets the brunt of her her nagging.
She never talks to his mom or his sister that apparently exists. She just apparently wanders into his house to yell at him.
She has nothing better to do than to bother Slick.
Hey, Slick! Oh, he's probably watching some old movie. Slick, what are you doing? Slick! Slick! Oh, Slick! Slick! Slick!
Go away, I'm busy.
Yeah.
All he wants to do is watch Marshmallow Men from Mars.
She comes home from shopping with her fucking Frosted Flakes and she's just like, Slick, why are you being such a fucking lazy loser watching TV?
Slick, come to the window so I can bitch at you and
Yeah.
judge you. Slick, what are you doing?
What do you want, Liz? I'm really busy.
Well, I'm sorry, Slick, but what were you doing?
Yeah, we know it's Slick's up.
Everyone had an answer.
That's why they call him Slick. Yeah.
Just waiting for the cafe to open.
Have you finished your homework?
Oh, that's what you're doing? Like the passive-aggressive horse shit.
She's awful.
Yes,
Even before
she's the worst.
Don't you think doing your homework is just a little more important than some silly old movie?
No.
Before it gets to all the Jesus stuff, she's just super judging. She's like, why would you do that? Why would you watch violence on TV? He's like, the stuff that Slick was describing.
I love the fake Sesame Street on the recent Best of the Worst with the stupid lobster puppet. Slick, why are you watching so much TV? F off, Liz!
Okay, yeah, that was pretty funny.
1990 or whatever, and it's on like one of, I don't know, 17 channels because cable wasn't that great. I would totally watch that.
How disgusting. All those dead people.
We clean out all the dead people from the bottom of the TV every morning. Violence. That's my favorite.
You're like, violence, car crashes.
Wrestling, right?
Wrestling. So much wrestling. Wrestling wasn't a peak back then.
B-movies.
How'd you get that? When did you go to the fridge?
Don't worry about it.
When did he leave? Jesus is magic.
Stop judging me.
I was looking and I was like, oh, Jay drank all of his spotted cow, and then
Jay, you shouldn't drink so much.
You should take all the money you spent on beer and give it to the church.
Oh,
that's
God.
right. That's right.
Look, Liz just came from the beauty shop. She said, do your worst.
And they did!
And then she went up to fucking Slick and just judged him about his TV habits.
She's buying Frosted Flakes, eating that processed sugar.
Right?
Bitch.
That's way worse for you
Yeah,
than TV,
Slick
I
should've
say
turned
as
that
I
around
drink
on
my
her.
cola.
Jesus didn't eat processed sugar.
437. Will we get to 450 with that one? Probably. This is worse than the Dagonoth guy. I guess it's not. I was like double the drop rate on that. I would need 600 to be double the drop rate on this. So. It's not worse than Dagonoth yet, I suppose. Is this what I can expect? Just going double the likelihood of everything everywhere all the time?
You used to play your drop luck early.
I don't agree. In the sense of I didn't nearly get much luck. I got luck on the black mask though.
We're at the grocery store, Liz.
He buys himself a toy car that he saw advertised on the TV. And
What are you laughing
and he's
about?
upset because it breaks. And
I've turned it
what's
on.
he do? Oh, you shouldn't take it
Freaking
back. You give
Liz.
that money to me.
To the kids.
Yeah,
that's
Mike being
It's
senile.
absolutely part of the
Yes.
church.
Yeah.
You said you saved all your allowance for. For 3 weeks?
That's right.
Did you take any money out for your tithe? Or for offerings for church?
Well, no, I only get $5 a week. Jesus doesn't deserve that.
They can't have your money. I need to have your money.
I think you need to learn about priorities.
Well,
Did they make this video for Wheel of the Worst?
That's when the story arc comes into place, is in the last few episodes. The toy car story arc.
So what are the evils of television according to this video?
Oh, they don't know because they've never actually watched TV. this comes
It
off
does
like
come from that, yeah.
the attitude. It just feels like just somebody talking with authority about something they know nothing about. Is just the impression I get.
So Liz and Scurvy.
Scurvy would have been way better. I'm somebody else, Scurvy.
Is that why he has eyes in his eyes?
It's just an extra wound that came back.
Look, I'm in a lot of pain, and TV's the only thing that comforts me. Leave me alone, Liz.
Liz, my
You
scabs.
fucking jerk.
Okay, Liz dresses like a Mennonite, and she is on Sesame Street, and she comes to the window of...
She's on the Mexican equivalent of Sesame Street.
No.
And Liz says, Puppet, I have nothing better to do every day but to berate you about TV.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna nag you about TV. Nag, nag, nag. Subtle hints. You should spend your free time doing your homework, talking to your family.
Read your Bible.
Bible. Read your Bible. Instead of, you can read a book,
That was a thing.
but the Bible is preferred.
Specifically one book I'm thinking about.
But do everything but TV because TV is bad. It's gonna lead you to bad things.
Yeah, it's
that are
like
non-religious.
But Marshmallow Man from Where Mars is on, and I want to see that.
Scurvy loves TV.
It's 1990. We don't own any VCRs, even though we have 6 TVs.
Liz, forget about the Bible. Let me show you a movie. It's called The Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Did you do the voice for him? Or you sound just like...
Unbutton your shirt some more, Liz.
Come on, dressed like my grandma.
What's your wrinkly old neck?
Oh my God, he's dead!
What happened?
He died! He's taking his last breath.
This feels like an act of desperation by religious people.
Yes.
Because they're like, it's
yeah.
1990. Oh God, TVs are everywhere. We're losing our kids to church.
Oh
They're
God,
not going to church.
Ren and Stimpy is showing the most horrible, Mighty Mouse showing cocaine on the
Something called
TV.
MTV, and
Oh God,
we're losing our
so
kids.
corrupt.
If that were it, I'd be kind of okay with it. The fact that the real underlying motivation is, oh God, there goes our money.
Yes.
Is where they lose me.
That's the arc of the last few episodes.
Yeah.
Is don't give your money to toys that you see advertised on TV. Give it to the church.
It gets so specific and
Yeah,
blatant.
yeah, specific. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's not just
get your money back.
go
and you can
outside.
spend
Don't
that
watch
on...
TV and rot your brain. Go outside and play in a park. No,
I don't-
give your money to us.
God wants us to give Him first place in our lives with our time, our
God
talent,
wants us to give him
and our money.
She literally said, and our money.
Oh my God.
Our time, our attention, and our money.
You're just a shell, Liz!
I don't think they're trying to make a fortune getting the lunch money from little kids who are watching TV.
They're trying to say if you have spare money.
They're
That's
just
literally
saying,
what they're doing.
Yeah, literally, but
I have it. I'm gonna take that car back to the store where I got it and see if they'll give my money back. And if they do, I'll put it all in the offering at church.
And if they don't, I'll put the car in there.
If they don't, I'll burn the building down.
Jesus told me to kill you.
No, it's literally the last episode is, oh, I'm not going to give that $15 to the church. I'm going to give $20 to the church because I made more money from doing good things, helping my neighbors, and I'm going to give that to the church.
Are you going to give the $15 to the church?
No, God, did you read the Bible?
Absolutely not.
Yeah!
I will not give $15 to the church.
yeah.
I will not give $15,
Here it comes.
but I
Everybody
will
ready?
give $20. And I've learned something important. I'm not stuck on TV anymore.
You did it, Slick.
I'm getting cornholed for Jesus.
It's not
If she
about.
were nagging him to live closer to the teachings of Jesus, that would be one thing.
Fine.
But she specifically wants his fucking money.
No, but
Give me your fucking money. Oh, hey, what? You know what? Give me $5 extra than what I asked for before. God damn it!
It's a motivation. It's not literally about the actual $20.
I don't know about that, Mike.
But it really is.
No.
I'm with Rich on this.
It's
It
about
really
it's about
is.
changing the hearts and minds of young people to give more.
They wheel this out in like a Sunday school, and they play like the first 5 minutes, and then it goes to black. When the pastor comes out, probably does an extended speech, and then it ends with "Tell your parents to give to church next week."
If you thought Rich was cynical about the first video, he's way more cynical about this one, and I'm with him. 100%. It feels like a fucking cash grab.
Not literal cash. It's more of a
Literal
cultural.
cash
It's
grab.
a cultural grab.
It's only a cultural grab in the sense that they're trying to manipulate you to give you their cash via
How much
cultural...
money can a lobster puppet really have?
$20 apparently. They start at the lunch money and then they build it to the.
Yes.
For the purpose of extracting money!
Yeah. So either they want his money or they want his money.
No, they
That's what we're getting.
All right.
they don't want the literal $20. The $20
Jay,
is a
Jay,
lifetime.
that's just a coincidence.
The $20 is a lifetime of
Mike.
devotion to the
Oh
church.
my God. Oh.
Fucking killer!
Is that you?
Well, it ain't Santa Claus.
Why are you in my
Of course
house?
it's me.
Didn't
Let's
recognize
get the
you
fuck
in that-
out of here! Liz, I chased the locks.
No, don't.
Well, it sounds like plenty of blood and guts.
Oh, blood and guts are okay. They just can't rip a guy apart.
So that's what they're going for is they want devotion.
They want the money. Long term. Not the literal $20. They don't care about that $20 bill that they show.
They don't care about his money. They just care about his money.
They want. Yes,
Is
exactly.
what you're saying, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yes, no.
I get you. I get you. I understand what you're saying.
They're trying to brainwash him from a young age.
It hurts.
So yeah, it's like they want his money, but like they want his money.
You don't understand. You don't understand.
I guess I
I
don't,
get ya.
Mike. I guess I don't.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I get for not being
Let me
in whatever
rephrase it.
religion this is. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you're leaving parts
That you're
out.
saying I'm right.
Yeah, but you're not painting the whole picture.
Only Mike
You're
can
not-
win an argument by agreeing with the other side.
It's amazing.
Can we talk about the lady who turns into a dry erase board?
So,
Oh my
Mike,
God,
what
oh
you're
my
saying
God.
is you're not painting the entire picture on the canvas that's on the easel. got one.
Transition.
You got it. You beat me to the punch.
Fuck off.
Wow.
Let's talk about fire safety for kids, which has nothing to do with fire safety.
Yeah.
Not nothing, but very little.
Well, we have to explain this now. How did we get to? Because we didn't watch
No.
what we landed
The
on.
wheel
No.
was spun and we landed on
Grandpa's
Grandpa's
toy
magical
shit
toys. Grandpa's fun toys, magical toys.
But through a clerical error, that's not the tape that was in the case.
By clerical error, you mean that you put the wrong tape in the box.
Look, let's not point fingers.
I'm already doing it.
Somebody messed up somewhere.
Okay.
And we watched the wrong tape.
Diesel, how would we get out of here?
When you're in school, or when you're in a movie theater, or when you're in a store, you must
Josh, tell
Yeah.
us all about fire safety for kids as you perceive it.
Well, there's a classroom and there are some kids in it. And then the teacher...
90s kids.
Whoa, there's
Whoa.
hats are the weird sides, the polka dots. I don't remember what the 90s were, Mike.
I don't.
It's fine.
It was lots of oversized T-shirts. That's all it was.
So what happens is there's a classroom full of kids and the teacher just wanders away, and the kids start drawing stuff on a canvas that's on an easel, and that somehow brings the easel to life, and it's terrifying.
It summons the demon.
They run up and they start drawing something on the little easel.
I really thought they were just gonna draw fart, like
Yeah,
Raising
they're
Arizona.
like, and then remember that one kid was like, he's like, oh.
He felt bad, but then the other girl was like, oh, go, go, go!
Yeah, we couldn't tell if he was disappointed or embarrassed or upset.
There was a
bad
very,
actor.
There was something going on
a
with
strong
him.
mix of emotions was
Yeah.
happening, and I understand why, because all of a sudden, shoop, shoop, Albator!
Yeah, it's executed as this weird like body horror transformation.
Uh-huh.
It's creepy, like genuinely creepy.
It's somewhere in between Pennywise and Beetlejuice.
Yeah, it's Beezle the Easel.
And Beezle the Easel is there to tell you that you have so much to learn.
Yabbaroo!
She goes through, like in a 3-minute song, she's like, be safe crossing the road, be safe doing this, that, the other thing, and it's just packed full of all these things you have to be safe about. But you know what, never mind, because a fire alarm.
Learning to be careful in certain
Wear a fucking
Baseball
hat.
helmet, batter's helmet, grill, buttons.
Yeah.
Stranger danger.
Have they done
Don't-
shoelaces yet?
Run!
Yeah!
Don't get into cars. Only adults can drive cars.
learning something's good.
Don't touch the pan, it's hot.
Learning to count money.
Oh, change. She's taking the bus by herself.
When it's safe to swim and when it's really not. Learning what to do in case of fire, 'cause it's hot. Learning
Cereal safety.
Get a prize on
Buttering your bread. It's dangerous.
Oh my god.
spread a punch. Learning when your bath's too
Your bath water's too hot.
Mike, what's wrong? This is not an elderly video. This is the opposite of an elderly video.
What? What?
I would assume the plan was that she would start a series of videos, right? Maybe?
Which is apparently the case, because this is a character that has been created by someone else, and she says, I'm back.
Does she?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
So this is apparently not the first, well, and that's why maybe some of the kids are excited and some of them are kind of a little trepidatious, because they don't know how to feel about Beezle the Easel, and I understand.
I take umbrage with the fact that she's calling herself an easel when she's quite clearly a canvas crossed with some paintbrushes.
I disagree with that. I disagree with it. I think she's just a slop-ass easel.
No.
The kids have been doing a bad job painting, and they get paint all over her, and she's white. I mean, easels don't have to be wood tone.
She's white like a canvas?
No, her
No, she's white like a painted white easel.
her
What about
bodysuit
her
is covered.
brush hands?
Well, that's a problem.
What are you doing, Diesel?
Me, my very self, I'm making a plan.
What's a plan?
None of this really matters, because
No.
we need to spend about 5 minutes having a rousing tune
Was
about Hector the smoke detector.
Lady the Easel, Beezle the Easel in our other, because we watched the fire safety video.
She's
with
not in that.
Hector
I think
the
this is
detector.
unrelated. I think this is a
Yeah.
separate
Hector
talking
the
smoke alarm.
detector is in the video with Rich.
That's not Hector.
No,
That's not
I
Hector.
think that's just a separate talking smoke
that's a
detector.
different- yeah.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah.
What?
I'm Hector,
He's Hester.
the smoke.
Yeah.
Can we get a side by side visual comparison?
It can't be the same.
He's got a bright red nose, the other one.
Yo, You're looking at the bomb diggity numero uno smoke detector. That's me, Seymour Smoke.
Seymour, his name is Seymour.
Look at that! Oh!
So Jason Alexander is Seymour, the talking smoke alarm. This is Hector,
the fire
the
detector.
fire detector.
So we have a fire safety for kids with Hector, the smoke detector, who is not the previous Seymour, the smoke detector. Who's teaching a handful of fat kids in an elementary school.
Hey, there's only one fat kid.
There's a couple. About fire safety, also general safety. Also, she's a living.
She's trying to warn him
easel.
about 9/11.
Yeah.
Is what's happening.
That's the big
What
thing.
else happens?
She calls for 9/11 and there's fire because jet fuel can't melt steel beams, and then they go visit the fire department and they see trucks.
Yeah.
She did draw a picture, or someone drew a picture of some flaming things heading towards the building.
A house.
Yeah.
It was a house.
There's good fire.
And there's bad fire.
Oh, good fire, bad fire.
Oh,
It's all about good fire, bad fire. Jay.
Well, I mean, there's good fire and there's bad fire.
That's a lie, Jay.
It's all bad fire.
No.
It's good fire.
Good fire is birthday candles, but only when there's a parent around. Bad
Cigarettes.
fire is when there's what?
What about cigarettes?
Bad fire.
There's only fire.
Oh, that's a good. That's a
Is that a good fire or a bad fire?
It's a good fire when you're like stressed out. It's a bad fire when you get lung cancer.
Bad fire.
Yeah.
It's a bad fire when you fall asleep with it still in your hand.
Oh.
Why is it bad fire?
Because there should always be an adult around that you know when there's fire.
What if the adult that's around you when there's fire, what if they're horribly drunk?
Good fire!
Is that a good fire then, or is that a bad fire?
I mean, maybe they cover that in volume 2. We didn't see the whole series of Beazle the Easel tapes, so.
Say, what would you want to cook on a barbecue with Dad?
So then the teacher comes back in. Thank God she's relieved that Beazle the Easel has left, except that Beazle the Easel is still lurking behind them.
Yeah.
And then they go on a fireboat. The end.
Yeah, that's a creepy hard cut. The teacher comes in, it's just an easel, and then we just hard cut to.
Only the children can see Beazle the Easel.
What's that, Mrs. Clark?
It's a fireboat. Sometimes fire.
What?
No, she's still there.
How would you all like to go for a ride?
Beazle the Easel, is that the most terrifying children's character we've watched on a tape?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
There's Eloise Cole, but I think this is creepier.
Yeah.
Beazle's high.
I mean, Eloise Cole was a clown.
Eloise Cole was just like generic clown. It's weird because it's related to like grieving death.
The grief clown, yeah.
But this is something that's aimed at children, and we see Beazle the Easel like morph. We see like a transformation, and it's creepy.
And it looks like a segment on a Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Yeah.
Like kind of creepy, like a dream about a silly thing, but it's really evil.
It's coming to life.
Yeah.
Children, I am the easel.
She looks like she's gonna take kids and put them in her canvas and like draw like knives flying at them on her canvas.
Oh, not even that. She's just going to assume them and trap them, and now you can't escape the canvas.
Yeah, but like horrible things are gonna happen to them in the drawing as they're trapped in her canvas.
They could just be Daffy Duck.
Horrible things happen to Daffy Duck.
That's true.
Good fire or bad fire?
It's a mystery because on one hand, she looks like some crackpot idea, some basement idea. I'm gonna make my own idea, make a fortune making safety videos, but the production value is too high for it to be one crackpot.
Even on the back, like the one picture of her on the back, you don't see the hand brushes, you don't really see the hairbrush. It's just a weirdo in a metal helmet, which is vague.
Like other than her, the production value on this is pretty decent. Which makes me wonder why they thought her look and costume was good.
Yeah, it was a mistake.
What are you doing?
Checking the door if it's hot.
Always test the door before leaving. If it's hot, then you need to go to another door. Okay, let's try this.
It looks like she should be in Return to Oz.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. There's a weird.
Let's go with the cartoon fire detector.
But this Beazle the Easel was created by somebody. It's in the credits. And so
Yeah, it's not just some crazy person that made their own video.
No, he had this whole idea, like, oh, that's a good character. We'll hire an actor to play this character
It's a bad call.
in a series of videos. Oh, it's a terrible call. But it felt weird. Maybe we jumped in at the wrong spot because it felt, maybe it would have been more clear if we'd seen the first video of this series, whatever it was.
Or maybe this was the first and they just never made any more.
We don't know. I feel like there had to have been something before because she does say, I'm back.
We need more of Beasel's backstory.
Yeah. And the kids are so excited to see Beazle. There's something there that we missed. Whether it's in a video or not, I don't know, but there's something that's definitely missing from our experience
You
of it.
plan out a series, and you don't necessarily, there's no really intended start point, so she can just say, I'm back at the start of every fucking one.
Because this is the show.
What?
Are you asking why we
I think
we're
Mike's
talking
having an
about this?
existential crisis.
Why are we talking about this?
Why are we talking about Beazle
at all? Well,
because that's what we
Mike.
watched.
Can we visit the fire department? Yupperoo! Come on!
Oh no.
You could visit the hospital.
Beazle knows all the firefighters.
Beazle gets around.
Why is there a hole in your unitard, Beazle? Where are the crabs?
Me, myself, I call that easy access.
Or Beazle access.
Wow.
So in my very quick research, I discovered that this is the only Beazle the Easel video.
No
Dang,
shit.
fucked up.
Unless, I mean, I didn't dig too deep, but from what I saw, this was it.
No shit.
If you Google Beazle the Easel, this one tape is the only thing that comes up.
Somebody might not have enough sense to watch this and say, oh God, that's creepy.
You should leave your home. Do it.
Get out, Beazle's in there.
What should you do in case of fire? Learn what to do.
Well, everyone, it's we watched a bunch of stuff.
You want me to pick one of these?
Yeah, we watched Women's Guide to Firearms, TV and Me, which is
Oh my God.
Liz and Skank. What's his name?
Scabies? What's his name?
Slick. It
Liz
should
and
be
Slick.
Skank.
And Fire Safety for Kids, starring Beazle the Easel, the one and done kids. Featuring a lady in a skin-tight
tie-dye outfit.
Tie-dye outfit with arm brushes and a head brush. Who teaches kids to play by the rules. Oh my God! Could you be more drunk? So, Women's Guide to Firearms, TV and Me, and Fire Safety for Kids were Bob and Rich.
My vote.
Yeah, but just tell me what
I'm
you're
going
voting.
on unprecedented territory here. I'm giving Best of the Worst to Strong Against Crime.
Okay, he's going off the table. Off the table, everybody, off the table.
The first ever consecutive Wheel of the Worst episode winner.
That's fair. That's fair. You're full in your rights to do that.
Yeah.
Strong Against Crime. Manhunting the TV. Boop, boop, boop.
Gouge the eyes.
Gouge
the eyes.
Fuck everything else. I mean, that's Strong Against Crime with Samuel and Jay. Your best and the worst pick.
This is Jay.
I'm going to give it to TV and Me. It's one I probably hated the most, but it was also the most entertaining to watch because I like Slick. He seemed like a pretty cool dude. I would hang out with Slick.
It's because you're his voice, right?
Yeah. A little known fact, spoilers, everybody. I did the voice of Slick.
You gotta
I
vote for
love
it.
Slick.
Slick seems like a nice guy.
Slick is our counterculture hero. And used to be on T-shirts and
I love Slick.
Justice for Slick.
the memes and all that. Yeah,
We have to free him from the tyranny of Liz.
Liz.
Yeah.
Can I vote for Surviving Edge Weapons?
No, pick one of these
No?
three. Only
Oh.
Rich has the right to vote for. Only Rich has
You
off-table
know what?
vote.
I'm not mad at that. God bless you. Yeah.
You got to vote on the table.
Okay. No, I'll go.
Best of the worst.
Yeah, I'm going with The Woman's Guide to Firearms because it was the most informative tape that we watched
Fair,
today.
that's fair. I'm going with The Woman's Guide to Firearms as well.
Oh my God.
Because
The video we were most bored by.
Oh, it was terrible.
No. When it comes to best of the worst, we don't want to give Liz any credit.
Fuck
I don't want to
Liz.
give Liz credit, but I don't want to, you know what? Justice for Stinky, or whatever his name is.
No.
Slick! Justice for Slick!
Slick is a puppet.
And you know, it's not like Slick wasn't engaging, but I didn't take anything away from that because I'm not going to give all my money to the church, and I'm going to keep watching TV, Jay. Do you know how many fucking fucking YouTube cooking videos I watch? So many.
I'm watching TV. I'm starting fires.
No, and
I'm owning my own firearm.
No, and I'm with Mike on this because here's I did not stop watching TV, and I'm not going to give
enjoying church because
Better clean up the mess, Slick.
448. Next trip will be big old 450. Dallin, let me out. Let me out of Gorilla.
There's no escape.
There probably isn't.
If you escape rival wings, you have to go to Gorilla Hell.
Oh my god, you're probably not wrong. Maybe 29 more gorillas and in this task. So we can move on with our lives after we neglect to get another thing. Hopefully it waits a little Hopefully it waits a little while before it gives me another Black Demon task, because again, running out of charges. How many we got left? 750. So we will, it looks like we'll get through this task, but not much. Okay, we finished the Slick episode. What's next? Oh, it's a Canadian episode. Alright. Works for me.
I'm Star Wars. Look at this. Watch this. This is the Falcon from the hit film Solo, a Star Wars story. Yeah. Even the little plating comes off. We're just like a bunch of grown-up white man babies. I love Star Wars.
Banana, banana.
Wait, the Millennium Falcons don't fight each other.
Oh.
What are you, stupid?
Star Wars.
Fuck this. Get this crap out of here. Crap. We've got real work to do, gentlemen.
Like what?
We have a wheel of the worst in front of us.
Oh my god.
It has tortured us for years, randomly selecting terrible videos that are painful to watch, leaving only the most disturbing nightmares and scarring the mind.
Looks like I will get a ranged level from these. Go cheer us. Thank goodness.
True evil never dies. It is only reborn. It's now time to spin the wheel of the worst. I mean, misfortune.
Well, I guess this is how we'll spend our valuable time together, watching terrible videos and DVDs, randomly selected from the Wheel of Misfortune. How much longer can I do this for? Doctor says I got a bum liver. So much time left on this planet.
Bum liver?
Oh, did I say that out loud? Like, I have the liver of a bum.
Oh.
That's how excessively I drink. Also, the liver is bad.
Did you get it from a bum?
I did. I had to have an emergency liveroctomy. They replaced my liver, but they can only get one from an alcoholic homeless man, so it was about the same.
Was this? Where did you get this done?
Some kind of like it was in a nail salon. But the Asian woman assured me she was a doctor.
Oh, okay.
So she put the liver in your bum?
Yeah, at first, and I had to explain to her that it's like right here, pretty much. It's in a different spot.
It's like right.
She got out an anatomy book, although I think it may have been a People magazine.
Ah.
Anyways, our first film is called World Wide Web of Deceit. I guess these are the authors.
Okay, stop.
James Robinson and Steve Lane are the creators of it.
Maybe it's these two kids.
Hey, Mr. Wiggle Sessions Volume 1 King Tut style.
Oh my god.
With gangster writing.
We've seen this before.
I feel like I've said this before.
But this has been on the wheel before.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah, you can check his website, mrwiggleshiphop.net.
Net. Sounds like a fake address.
So, I don't know, I'm assuming this is some kind of like dance video.
Yeah, don't worry, we're not gonna land on it. Don't worry. What's up next, Colin?
Oh, Richie Durwald. We've seen this one before too.
He's covered in barbecue sauce.
Yeah, he looks like a rotisserie chicken, or someone put a blonde wig on a Peking duck.
And he signed it.
It is an autographed copy.
I thought that said Rachel dead.
It's a haunted tape.
Oh my God.
It's like The Ring. Well, this next tape is for both of you guys.
Oh my God.
Introducing...
Hug a Tree and Survive.
No, read the spine.
Oh, Hug a Tree and Survive Canada.
Huh. Yeah. Well, clearly it's like a nature video. Probably, I was thinking like Smokey the Bear, like how to prevent forest fires, but the weird thing is it's Hug a Tree and Survive Canada.
Right.
I want to say Hug a Tree and Survive is a series of videos.
And this is Canada.
Canada, but they didn't use any kind of punctuation to indicate that.
Rent a friend. Hi, I want to be your friend. Unbelievable. Oprah Winfrey. Is he a joke? Is he for real? You decide.
Alright, I think I got the last tree seed from the drop table.
For the first time since 1987.
As seen on Letterman, Oprah, People Magazine, CNN.
That's when my doctor gets her information. Oh, apparently Oprah needed a friend.
Oh, doesn't she have Stedman?
The smoothest, keenest friend possible. The Washington Post.
I cannot believe that's real.
Maybe the unbelievable comment is just sort of saying, unbelievable, I can't believe someone would make this fucking
At some point, Oprah did say unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
In her life. So it's an accurate quote.
Or maybe he finds Oprah Winfrey unbelievable. I just wanted to put that on the DVD. I find Oprah Winfrey unbelievable.
Well,
Don't you?
There is like a space here, so it's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable.
There is an accidental space there. Unbelievable.
Oh my God. Well, he's the original.
He's the original.
Oh my God. Yes. David Carradine's Tai Chi workout, the fitness program that began 2,500 years ago when he was first starting his career. Probably.
It's a nice cover.
This is the packaging suggests there was some care put into this. That in Richie Durwald's case also suggests that. But get your autoerotic asphyxiation jokes ready.
All right.
Because it's time to talk about celebration of age. The croning ceremony.
Croning ceremony.
Croning ceremony.
Celebration of age, the croning ceremony. Joyous and inspirational older women sharing stories and wisdom, history, and heritage.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're in for a ride.
I'm not even sure what this is a picture of.
Oh, is that heaven?
Is that a... I can't even make heads or tails of that.
I don't know. It's some weird abstract piece.
Yeah, with eyes.
What the hell is the croning? Like an old crone? I hope we land on it because you hate the elderly.
I don't hate all elderly. Just most.
Just the living ones.
Just the ones that are still alive and in my way.
Speaking of which.
Now, yeah, a wonderful transition to our next tape. Arranging a funeral.
What really happened?
Like, what really happens.
So,
we get to see how the sausage is made.
So to speak.
So to speak. In LA and Vancouver, British Columbia.
Oh, neat.
Apparently there's lots of people dying on
That's
the West
you
Coast.
just die on the border in both countries. We're gonna bury that one half up here and the other half down there. Arranging 2 half funerals. Really works. You start with the saw and 2 half coffins. Family can fight over who gets grandma's lower half. I don't know what to say anymore. Nightmare never ends. Who's Stand?
Stand2P.
Stand2P.com. This is actually a website.
Rich, why is this on here? You did this.
Teaching women how to pee standing up.
Our next tape.
S&M, sweatandmuscle.com. The dominatrix workout. Kick the dick, the gimp. Lesser Mistress Desdemona.
Fit to be tied.
Mistress Jane.
Dick the Gimp. Oh my God. It's right. I thought you were joking. That's another volume 1.
Huh.
I know who filled this wheel up with tapes.
Next up is the Talking Heads video, Open Flame with David Byrne, grade 7, 8, and 9.
I don't know what the hell is going on.
No, is his head melting through the window pane?
Well, the side says code. It's the Canadian Offensive on Drug Education. So this is a Canadian drug educational video.
The Canadian version of Dare. I don't know. This cover makes drugs look awesome.
Brawlin' Broads, hosted by the Boone Brothers, for mature audiences. So this is like, is it like Foxy Boxing or something like that? Or
maybe more like bum fights.
Bum fights, so someone's going to die at the end of this.
Are these the Boone Brothers?
I would imagine so.
He looks pretty young. Is this for mature audiences? He looks like he's 8.
Maybe he just has like a disease.
I'm getting like an American Flatulators vibe.
Yeah, that's not a good
If
vibe.
they're not real fighters, this is all just going to be some fakey sort of like glow, you know, like the fake Foxy wrestling.
I think it's worse than we ever thought.
Oh no.
This tape, I already wanted to have a shower, and I just looked at the box. So it's time to spin the wheel.
All right, Colin, let's spin the wheel.
Wait. I seem to remember you guys having some trouble last time.
1, 2, 3.
How about I spin the wheel? All right, here we go. Here it goes. Oh, Lord. Holy shit!
Oh my God!
Oh! That was really, really close. It's the celebration of age, the croning ceremony.
Libertina. Sita. Ishtar.
Ishtar! He's better pawns.
Hecate. Quayin.
Is she summoning like an ancient demon or something?
I hope so. She's summoning old ladies.
We have celebrated the commonality of women's.
She looks like Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker.
I was gonna say it's Louis Anderson.
And are beginning to move into a new phase. We have celebrated that with a cloning ritual.
Every day we are born. Every
Why are you filming Grandma? You know she's got dementia.
Many women write verse, essays, poetry, or words of wisdom, like Lois.
I'd like to talk to you about the next Star Wars spin-off film.
Oh, Star Wars: A Crone Story. You get Jabba the Hutt's mother, Mon Mothma.
Yeah. Yeah. There's not a lot of old ladies in Star Wars.
Leia.
I would say Aunt Beru, but she got burnt up.
Her corpse is there.
She's there in spirit.
You got Aunt Beru's Jedi spirit.
Okay.
Who does she look like?
Yeah, she looks like a man. Like which man? I mean, the face.
Brian Dennehy.
Looks like Babe Ruth.
Why is Best the Worst so good, Talon? The croning ceremony.
Oh no.
All right, Colin.
Hold on, Jay. I got it framed up for Mike. Okay.
Okay, Colin, go ahead and spin the wheel. Let's do this. Come on, Richie Durwood.
Oh my God.
Oh no!
Oh!
Hug a tree and survive Canada.
Yeah.
Let's find out how to do both of those things.
A tree is a safe place to be. And if you're ever lost in the woods, a tree can be your best friend. So, hug a tree.
Give me fire water if you want to hear the end of story.
Can any of this be used?
Oh, if Richard says it, I'll use it.
What the hell?
The bag will keep moisture out and my body heat in.
Put yourself inside a plastic bag.
Oh.
You will make things slightly easier for the authorities if you put yourself in the body bag.
Oh, there's a hole.
Get him! Kill him!
He also waved his bag so they could see him.
He's right there!
We see you now.
He's gonna drop the bag and leave it.
Don't hug her child, you creep.
And then he littered. It's me, your mom.
And then it cuts back to him.
No, I'm really your mom. Rich Evans, I love this brand new wheel that you've created. What'd you make it out of?
I made it out of wood.
That's really impressive. I really hope we land on a worldwide spider web of deceit.
Well, I'm hoping for that one too. So Jim and/or Colin, it's up to you to save the day.
Sure, I'm Jim.
Oh, right, yes.
I'm gonna spin the wheel.
Go fucking do it.
Oh!
Oh no, you moved the wheel. The shot's been ruined.
Spider webs.
No! What the fuck, man?
What if you were King Tut style?
No. I don't want to be King Tut style.
Too late. It's because you wouldn't give me something, Gorilla something.
In excitement. Oh god.
Gorilla joke 2093.
It's like Tech War.
Only better.
Why was there a detour sign? What does that have to do with the internet? Look, Mom, the internet.
Again, that is something that the child just gives information about themselves.
She looks like she's bored of her own voice. My eyes. Keep them open.
So they just lead you until they try to find something that that you're interested in.
That's right.
Something that strikes a person's particular fancy or interest, whatever. And they like I said, they went to what? Teens.
Teenagers.
Yeah, teenagers.
For instance, big black booty.
Well, the thing is, with 4 tapes,
We're all fucked. Someone's fucked.
everyone's got to describe one, so it really doesn't matter who.
We may as well go in order.
We could just assign sequential order from left to right. That'll make it real exciting for our home audience. I'll start. Let's talk about our first film.
Pancreatic cancer.
You've been diagnosed with ... Celebration of Age, the cloning ceremony. Joyous and inspirational older women sharing stories and wisdom, ellipses, history and heritage. Well, the video starts off naming about 500 famous women, and then it basically says if you're a crackpot in the Southwest on a commune, you can pretend you are a person of value. The croning ceremony is when you're really an old lady and you do like a hippie ceremony, and you say you are wise and old, and you have something to share with the world.
And then someone makes a crown for you.
The crown is a symbol of what a woman has accomplished.
And then they can make a crown. You can choose not to have it.
But they don't call it the crowning, they call it the croning.
Yeah. A crone is like the phrase, you old crone. It's just an old lady.
Like the Dance of Birth, it's just 55 minutes of new age nonsense where nobody says anything of any value.
Women are telling their stories. Women are finding their voices. Women are reconnecting to their power.
And they just ramble on and on about crowning, and you know the tribes had the old crowns, and then they beat the drum, and they just say things. It means nothing.
It sounds like psychobabble about mindfulness, the importance of being mindful in your day-to-day, and then it's laced with like songs and trying to have pretty philosophies about what it is to be a woman and connection to nature.
I vow to pursue deep and personal growth, autonomy, environmental harmony,
Okay, one more gorilla on this trip. There's one.
and greater self-acceptance.
I've got you.
It's just a bunch of women droning on and on, and I kept waiting for a man to come in and focus them into some sort of conversation, but it never happens.
The croning ceremony, originally, for one reason or another, were uncomfortable with the idea of ceremony and ritual, found themselves deeply and powerfully involved and captivated by this ceremony.
But it kind of like starts out and you're thinking, okay, maybe this is like a celebration of women, or be proud of like the women in history and what they've contributed to the world. But then they start talking about this croning ceremony, and it almost seems like we were getting this idea that it was going to be this subversive like witchcraft video.
Wheels of time are turning, turning, turning. Solar fires are burning, burning, burning.
Why do you do the ceremony? What is a crone? What is the benefit of being a crone? What does it mean to be a crone?
That's all that falls in the gobbledygook.
It's a gobbledygook.
Yeah.
It's a lot of gobbledygook.
So it should be a celebration of gobbledygook.
And so what happens is that the crones find themselves in the center, where they are honored by all the other women.
It's to honor the stage of life with family and friends.
What stage of life?
The final.
Is there like an age cutoff? It's like, okay, now you're a crone elder because you turned 65. Is it like retirement age?
Women in their late 50s, 60s.
There's no specifics listed on the.
Do these women have jobs? No.
That's how they have time for a croning ceremony.
Oh my God.
Say they range in age from 30 to, I don't know, miscellaneous?
They have so much time that they have to start making up shit
to
fill their time with.
Croning doesn't belong to just one small group of women. It belongs to all women.
What is the purpose of this video?
To show in a women's studies class in a community college.
And then softly fading, just as a new bud begins to open
Beer mix it.
and bloom.
Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time.
Paul McCartney playing the piano.
Doing a new song about witchcraft.
This song's called Cronin.
Some musical interludes are better than others. Then maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed. Rip-off section was
Paul McCartney, sure.
Was,
But the thing is, like,
she seemed really proud of that, though. There was a quality to her where she was like, "Oh, I know this is a good song."
Like birds through autumn skies.
I was just gonna say, what if you like wailing on a drum over and over and over?
Badly.
Earth, air, fire, and water.
Oh, I love Earth, Air, Wind, and Fire.
Oh no!
All right.
Oh, I remembered. I just pounded the drum.
Let's get these gorillas
Oh no!
finished.
She's on a sinking ship or something.
She's on the Titanic.
And then we see another lady who wrote her own song
Basically, I wanted it to represent all the spiritual, earthly
Evolve,
values on
Liz.
this planet and her life. Wise woman, wise woman, wise woman sitting here. Wise woman, wise woman, wise woman here. Wise woman, young woman, nestling me at her breast. Wise woman, young woman, giving me.
Oh God.
Wise woman,
Oh, this is so awesome.
This is like a Harmony Korine movie.
wise woman, wise woman, wise woman.
You're a mother, you're a mother, you're a maid, you're a mother, you're a mother, you're a maid.
Wise woman.
Oh, that was it.
That's it, yeah.
Wise woman, wise woman, wise woman, wise woman, wise woman.
Richie's circle monster. That
Wise
sound
woman,
was beautiful.
wise woman, wise woman, wise woman, wise woman,
Stop.
wise woman.
Stop it. You're confusing her with the old grandma banging on the drum. The lady who wrote her own song was a surprisingly decent melody. I was proud of her.
Okay.
But
Okay.
the star of the show was the elderly lady with the drum.
Oh my God!
Wandered out of a mental hospital.
Shot with like a 5,000 millimeter lens from
not
like
Babe
2
Ruth.
miles.
Oh, Babe
Oh,
Ruth.
Babe Ruth.
In Babe Ruth's elder years, he thought he was a lady, and he wound up in Arizona on a female commune.
He was hiding from like the government. He owed taxes.
I'm gonna go hide over there.
An unusual form.
So this crazy woman in the
Which one?
in the back.
Should be more specific.
Babe Ruth and Ty Cobb and drag and a commune.
The crazy woman who is terrible at the bongos and
Yes,
every percussive
yes.
instrument that she had. She had like a multitude
No.
of like different. It had this sort of like
It's not an invitation.
pyramid thing with like a hole. It was almost like a.
It's a hollow pyramid and a pop.
It's like that Indian instrument that.
Ancient mother, I hear your
She doesn't even know anyone's filming her.
It's like a very long lens.
Yeah, why is it so far away?
I'm too embarrassed to be seen with her. You do your thing. I'll be shooting from 2 miles away.
A safe distance behind plexiglass.
Stupid freaking gorilla.
The old lady with the drum in the back, like, or in the backyard or whatever, like she's drumming and then she says, next I'm going to do like an improvisational song that I'm just making up as it goes along, and then she plays it and she's singing it. It really doesn't sound that different than the other songs.
No, all the songs sound like they were just made up.
She changes everything she touches. Everything she touches changes. She changes everything she touches.
Yeah, they kept cutting between her and then the woman on the piano with the crone action figures.
Oh yeah, she was like singing to these little action figures, and they were kind of hunched over.
The lady who could play the piano in the Uhura costume, although we don't actually see her fingers on the keys, so it's questionable whether or not it's fake. We see the lady play the flute, but it's from quite a distance. That also is staged. The one that was a total fraud was the lady who went back to Ireland for her Celtic roots.
Oh my God.
And she's got, I got this Irish harp here. She starts to add a little accent. You know, she doesn't have that back in the States. She's from New Jersey.
So when I was there, I had several truly extraordinary, I would call spiritual experiences.
But when she's in Ireland, she has a little bit of the accent.
Celtic lute.
Here's my Celtic harp. And she goes, like just randomly selects strings and then goes, I won't play any more for you now
She
because
says,
I wouldn't
"That's
want to embarrass myself.
That's the extent of my repertoire.
Yes.
That's my repertoire for the moment.
But that lady was a fraud. She's a fucking fraud.
First of all, she says she goes to Ireland, and then they're showing pictures of Ireland that you assume are pictures that she took on her trip to Ireland, but they're clearly just postcards because you can see it cut off. It says Ireland, and,
See the D from
you can see it's just resting on a like tabletop or something.
It seemed very important.
Hey, that's where they filmed Star Wars.
Oh.
Yeah, That's just Luke Skywalker's Jedi Temple right there. Hot damn. Well, back to celebrating the non-accomplishments of elderly women
God almighty.
through a fake ceremony.
I guess they're trying to.
No, they're not hurting anybody. If you want to drag an old lady out into the woods and throw some flowers on her head, that's fine.
Is there a specific like crone age, or can you be like a 20-year-old crone? I don't really understand.
They said there were CITs. It was crones in training.
Then there are those of us who are known as the CITs, the crones in training.
This is an
like
actual
Scientology
thing.
or something.
Yeah, kind of.
It's weird.
But with no end game.
Scientology is actually better thought out.
Is it like a? Would it be like a murder of crones?
You trying to Well, let's talk about some of our narrators. We have lady whose brain has been damaged by LSD.
All across the country.
It was a hard time forming sentences.
I guess like the what you probably call the host.
Yeah. She almost seems like an instructor, a teacher at like a community college that teaches a women's studies class.
She's so big.
Yeah.
We had
Did you have to actually teach something to be a teacher? Like, you have to have information that's of value?
every woman who has gone through her decades become a crone.
I picked up your trash. I picked up your trash.
You left some padding and you left some cat litter.
Is a woman to be honored, a woman with great wisdom.
And if it's a 4-bag limit, let me say this to the universe, and you go to a customer's garbage cans and they got 5 bags, then you charge them for 1 extra.
A woman from whom we all have a great deal to learn, a woman whose stories matter tremendously.
But yeah, you can tell that she's the intellectual of the group.
Yeah.
And then there's like Babe Ruth with the wig on, who has like their own personal stories, and there's like, oh, I did this, and but and then the real authoritarian on the subject is Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's in the middle of a rainstorm, and she's explaining to us all about croning.
Solo was the croning achievement of her career.
Oh man. The Crone Wars.
Damn it.
Oh! Begun the Crone Wars has. He's got an army of crones.
Paul McCartney's in it?
No.
Oh, was that Obi-Wan Kenobi?
That's a bad Obi-Wan.
So we have the planet where Luke is hiding and Kathleen Kennedy, both in celebration of age.
Star Wars Celebration of Age.
$185 a ticket for a weekend pass.
we get to pay to go to get a Kathleen Kennedy's croning ceremony.
Now we're talking about Hug a Tree and Survive Canada. Colin, remember this one? A little boy in a plastic bag.
I do, yeah. Oh my god,
Good that his bag was orange.
Yeah.
Or yellow.
Red will attract the bears.
Yeah. And you don't want that.
Oh my god.
You tell us all about Hug a Tree and Survive Canada.
Hug a Tree and Survive Canada is sort of like a safety video. It sort of says on the cover, it's like a search and rescue prevention safety video for children.
Doesn't seem to be advice about preventing anything, though.
It is the worst advice you could imagine. Like, so it kind of starts out with these parents, or starts out with like this guy talking to a group of children around a fire.
Native person.
A Native American gentleman.
So the group leader in Hug a Tree, he gives wise advice.
He does. So he's sort
It's
of
not
like,
bad advice,
it opens, he's like sort of telling a tale, and he says, oh, I remember. And his sort of advice is to hug a tree, and I guess, Richie kind of broke that down. It's basically saying, if you get lost in the woods, stay put.
Oh yeah, hug a tree.
It's not gonna get him out of the situation.
But it's gonna keep bears from eating him if he climbs up into the tree until somebody comes by to save his ass.
Just
true,
hug
yeah.
it.
Hug his ass?
Just like find a skeleton hugging a tree. 3 months later.
Help you feel better and keep you in one place so we can find you.
Like all of this, it's all a smokescreen. The entire point is,
Hey, cell phone man, get off Twitter and get me a beer.
Can I have a shandy too?
Can I have a
please?
shandy
Yeah,
too,
we're
please?
sitting here. We're what is this, prohibition? You're playing on your fucking phone.
And the other thing is, it's like hug a tree. Okay, that's the premise of this. But in the end, the native guy says, you know what? It's actually best to just lie spread eagle on a meadow. It's kind of like forget everything I said about the trees.
Hug a tree.
Go into a meadow, lie spread eagle with your orange plastic bag so we can spot you, or make a big SOS sign out of rocks that has nothing to do with trees.
And the search and rescue team comes and they say, "Oh, which way did your child go, ma'am?" And she says, like, "Oh, that way, north."
Which way did he go?
The last time that I saw him, he went that way.
Actually, John's mother pointed the wrong way.
And then he says, "Nope, that was the wrong
That's
way.
the way he went.
He went south."
I think she was panicked.
She looked like a drug addict.
She didn't look panicked.
She did.
They were so calm and collected when they walked up to the forest
It was part of
ranger.
the husband's plan to get rid of the kid.
The husband was very strange. He had a Hitler mustache within a mustache.
Yeah. He kind of looked like an action figure. He looked like
Yeah.
like a 70s comic book character.
But
or
a
something.
bad action figure that loses his son.
Yeah. And he didn't seem too concerned.
In fact, John's parents called the park warden.
They don't seem very worried.
It's the next day. Their little kid wandered off, and that was part of the plan.
Yeah, it was like, no, the dad.
we gotta get
later-
rid of this kid, but
Yeah, so we can go to like swinger parties and snort oxy. Consequence free, you know, but if we have a kid, we might get in trouble. So
unfortunately, the kid had a garbage bag with him and it foiled his plans.
That was weird because you see the mom like giving
he
it
wanted
to
to feed the bears, if you know what I mean. The Native American man does not specifically mention cutting a hole.
Oh, no, he did.
I think he did.
He said, yeah, he said.
But he
"Cut a
didn't say
hole."
it first.
It was after he put it on.
And then he said, "You don't have to put one for your arms or
Oh,
whatever."
did
And
he?
he just said,
Okay.
"Just for your face."
But you could sort of tell he didn't want to talk about it.
And only make a hole for your face.
Well, he doesn't like children.
He wants to get rid of the white man.
Jesus Christ.
The kid was smart enough to tuck his socks, his pants into his socks, so that
Yeah.
rats didn't crawl up his pants and eat his genitals.
Should we move on to Mr. Wiggles?
Thank you for being the voice of reason, Jim. On to our next state, Mr. Wiggles. Jim, you get to talk
Yeah,
about
Mr. Wiggles is a Nevada-based, Las Vegas-based dancer who's into rap and funk, and he's put out a bunch of dance training tutorials to teach you how to dance like him.
That guy's mad. He's at a sports bar.
So to just run out and beat him.
What if he never stops? It's like a day in his life, and he's literally just doing that the time he wakes up in the
in the
morning,
shower.
constantly.
He's like working the drive-through at his day job.
Every day, Mr. Wiggles struggles with super Parkinson's.
No, this is Mr. Wiggles' disease. They named it after him.
This is him just like sitting there.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be doing this.
His brain is creating these patterns and making his body move.
This is actually a sad documentary.
There's always somebody standing off to the
Folding
side.
their arms.
It's really difficult when he has to go to the bathroom.
Urine everywhere.
That's everywhere.
So he's kind of a break dancer. He's really into popping, which I guess is like popping. And I can't do it as well as he can, but he does a lot of.
He does this.
It's tut style.
He does a tut, like a
Tutting.
tut, yeah.
Tut.
But it looks more like a duck, as far as I'm concerned. And he does a lot of finger popping, and stuff like this. which I'm doing it about as good as he does it.
Yeah, he's not particularly good at
No.
it. That's the interesting part.
And the quality of the video is terrible, so you can actually really tell if he's good or not. There are moments, looks like that was kind of good, but then
79 range. At least something good came out of this.
there are about 15 segments, all of them way too long, and he does actually show him in a training dance instructing scene with a bunch of other people.
At the very, very end.
Yeah, and they're all doing the dance much better than he is because he sucks.
He doesn't stop. It is 16 minutes straight of him dancing to the same fucking looped beat over and over and over.
Which is like the poor man's version of Rocket by Herbie Hancock. You hear Tut, Tut,
King Tut.
Yeah.
He doesn't stop.
He's very, very confident.
Overly so.
He says, you know what I'm saying a lot.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And try, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And make up, you know what I'm saying? And create different shapes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
What are we talking
So let's just put your thumb here and do this. Or, don't do that. Do this instead. Oh, it's fine. Whatever you want to do.
He sounded like bad cell phone reception. He's like, as it was popping, and then know what I'm saying?
It's kind of like at an
Pop my
angle.
fingers
Check it out. Mr. Wiggle Sessions Video Volume 1, King Tut style. This is not the Mr. Wiggles Part 3 video.
We were wondering, Rich was wondering about the medical condition of
Mr. Wiggles.
Of Mr. Wiggles. Thinking you are really good at something, we're just throwing around delusional or just basic terminology like that, where he's doing this dancing, and maybe in the sub community of Hoppin' Lock
Wigglers.
the
Wiggler community.
The Wiggler community, maybe he is very good at doing what he's doing, but to the layman like us, we're just like.
Another thing I would probably like to do with touch is like when you're hitting these basic poses, rolling the hands. So you can hit a pose and then roll them. You hit another one, roll them. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's not that good because during this video, you showed me something on your phone, which is somebody doing this shit, but it was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a famous viral internet video of somebody somewhere.
Really young guy. Like
and he's like, he's doing the like not the robot, but he's like contorting his body, and he's not really dancing. He's just more like showing off his how limber
So
he is.
fluid and amazing.
Yeah, and he does like kind of a stop motion thing, and it's really amazing. Everyone's in the audience was screaming, and this guy looks like if any one of us did that and tried to do it, we're about as good as Mr. Wiggles.
There's a thing, all right, that can happen where stupid people tend to overvalue their own abilities because they are too stupid to realize they don't have those abilities.
Oh, my love, oh, my darling, I hunger for your touch. When it's cold outside, I've got the middle of May.
That you're gonna be wearing my diamond ring. I wanna keep you in my heart.
They're oblivious to their own limitations.
Yes.
And I was saying it was like the opposite of like imposter syndrome that people get when they're competent people get. They're very talented, and they sort of think like, oh my God, I'm a fraud. Like, how did I get here? It's the opposite of that.
Yes.
It's like when you suck and you think you're amazing. And he had all those people in the training seminar, like that kind of like panned over. There was a lot of people in that seminar.
Maybe some of them feel sorry for him.
And he was just.
That could be it. The self-confidence outweighs the actual talent.
How much of it could be just the shitty way it's filmed?
No.
But that picture of him is clearer than anything in the video.
Oh yeah, by far.
Like we were questioning whether or not it was the same guy half the time.
You couldn't tell, yeah. You were saying like.
We were wondering if Mr. Wiggles was like plural for more than one Mr. Wiggle.
It looks like Wikis.
Kang tits. Something.
Kang tits?
Mr. Wiggy's Kang tits.
Mr. Wiggy's Kang tits?
But the weird part is like he's doing the King Tut style, right? He's like, you know, like constantly like the raver dancing, like. But then when he's instructing his class, it's like it's completely different.
Well, that was bonus footage. That wasn't the Tut style.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the video says strictly Tut style.
But that was bonus footage, not part of the regulation video.
Rich was
Jim.
a producer.
Point taken. Get off my back.
Maybe that's from Volume 3.
It kind of reminded me of the Backstreet Boys tape,
Yeah.
where you
It's
just
too
like,
much.
yeah, too much footage, too long. What are you doing? What's your focus? So is this for our entertainment to watch him do all of his King Tut moves, or are you trying to teach us at home how to do the King Tut moves ourselves? Because you're really not. You know, you're kind of just explaining what you do, but you're not helping us to learn the King Tut style. So is this entertainment or is it educational? Who knows? It's a sloppy mess and it's terrible.
What is like? It's like a security camera. Like he's outside your front door. And
You just hear the music.
You're watching him through the little app or the doorbell thing.
Mr. Wiggles, go away.
The pizza guy won't leave.
Pizza guy keeps trying to show me his
He's just talking to himself.
What was it, like 1995? So 1995, if you put this in your VCR in 1995, the quality would be terrible. Like it's not good enough. It's not good enough to learn from. It's it's got the shitty quality audio and video of like a beheading.
These are our demands.
These are our demands. Give us what we want, or we'll make you watch Mr. Wiggles.
He's just gonna keep going.
Would you rather see the front?
Rich, when you grabbed that tape,
Yeah.
I thought you were just going to pick it up and throw it. And my heart said, oh, God. I'll take that. If it moves us on.
You know what I'm saying?
You.
Yeah, I know. It's my turn here. Yeah, this is.
You know all about pornographic websites.
A World Wide Web of Deceit is a video about how the internet is bad because pornography is bad, and Jesus.
It's a trick video.
Okay.
It's
a bait and switch.
It's a bait and switch. It's made to look like, oh, how to protect your children from the internet, but the underpinning of it is some kind of religious pastor.
You kind of got it right off the bat.
Oh yeah.
You may be caught in the World Wide Web of Deceit.
Hi, I'm so-and-so.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm James
There it
Robinson. I
is.
welcome you to the video presentation we have titled World Wide Web of Deceit. We're referring
He shouts Christian pastor.
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting a pastor.
Oh yeah, once I heard him talking.
Evangelical.
I met the Lord watching your show.
Oh God, we've been tricked.
What did he say?
I met the Lord.
God damn it.
Once you saw the hand gestures.
He had the speaking hand gestures and the like.
And even the set looked like,
Yeah.
the set
There
and
was
the
something
lighting.
about him.
The cadence, the way he spoke. I talk about Jesus. That's how he sounded.
You knew he was a pastor, and you knew that Jesus was coming into it. And it is, on the surface, about the dangers of the internet, but it's really about...
Through a warped Christian lens.
It's really about the dangers of pornography itself, because they have several asides where they go off track, and there's a counselor guy who's basically like, is it sexaddict.com?
Yeah.
His job was, if you are exposed to pornography, it can ruin your personal relationships in life and your view of sex, make it worse or whatever. And he was like, it had nothing to do with the internet.
Without it, you're going to stay stuck in the guilt.
I like that he has a mini desk on his desk.
No, that's for his puppy.
Knowledge of sexuality. Very few products talk about sex in the brain and how that will long-term damage them. And they don't.
I think this is the most boring looking guy in the world.
You're going to meet someone who actually crusaded for First Amendment rights in defense of all of the obscene material and the topless nude bars and clubs and promoted them, and then got into pornography through the internet and to actually reaching the point of becoming a publisher.
Now, he doesn't like the First Amendment and nudie bars. Jesus is about to make his entrance.
The evangelist has a special guest on his show, and it looks like a 700 Club.
Supposedly he ran a porn website, though I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Due to everything that I had seen and all of the graphic images that I had seen, I had lost my ability to even have any kind of love or feelings for anyone.
Perhaps even be aroused.
What's the ultimate point of this video? I know we get pornography bad, but
pornographer sits evangelical James Robinson guy down to show him how to search the World Wide Web for porn sites.
All the best stuff.
Still to come, James and Steve take you on a tour of the
There they We're trying to get totally out, and we can't.
They're pretending not to be interested.
Those two are getting much closer.
Hey, right? I'm not lying.
It's pretty much, yeah, but it's under sort of the guise of like, oh, we gotta, pretend, show parents.
And doesn't he at one point he say, okay, let's go a little further?
Get this, 66,000 video feeds, 375 hidden cameras, over 70 live shows, 50,000 XXX images. Come and get it, 4,000 plus erotic stories, and on 24 hours a day. That's just one where you're trying to back out. You didn't ask for any of this. You're trying to get out of any scene that's objectionable, to go somewhere else, to search, and you get this. Keep moving. Let's see if we can go to
tell me about this bestiality of
And he
video.
enters the site, doesn't he?
He's like,
He does not enter it. He goes into a chat room where people are trading child porno pictures.
Okay.
And see that's the reason why it's Pastor Jim, and if it was like, oh, this is my associate pastor so and so, oh, let me tell you all the porno sites. I'll go here. Like, they have to have a porno expert come in.
because then it'd be like, how do you know all this
Who's
stuff?
reformed, conveniently reformed pornographic expert, not current.
to make it
porn.
seem like, for one, to make it seem like their information is legit.
Yes. And also, if it was his associate pastor or a member of the community, he'd be like, how do you know so much about all these? They have to completely be unassociated with their knowledge of how porno sites work. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But he says, I think the pastor says, like, so you tell me these chat rooms. You can find chat rooms that say that homosexual lifestyles is an acceptable lifestyle, and then you're like, oh no, here we go.
Steve, what about actual websites that are set up to try to attract people to a certain lifestyle, like the gay lifestyle? Or,
Here we go.
Pedophiles who may be working. Are there websites, or are there ways that they try
Gay
to...
lifestyle.
And maybe they can think this is an acceptable, appropriate lifestyle, and they use the internet to do that.
Didn't they say recruit you too into a homosexual lifestyle?
And don't they bring up really oddly that some of these people, some of these men look like models?
No.
Oh, no, it was the woman.
Yeah,
was it?
He said, he's like, I'm looking at this page now, and the woman does not look like a back alley hooker. She looks like
a Hollywood model.
Hollywood actress. That's like,
to go into a different
let me
direction.
just read under ecstasy, and we're blocking out the picture here, which is of a naked woman. And she's not a woman that looks like she was drug out of a back alley. She's more like a Hollywood model or movie star.
And he seemed very like
He knows his Hollywood. He knows his streetwalkers.
Yeah.
yes, his persona. Well, yeah.
I know back alley prostitutes.
Yes, because he doesn't know anything about that.
Really dumb. Tell me more about that.
This looks like a woman who could be in the motion picture industry in the 1930s. Oh boy, is she a beautiful lady. The humor for us comes from Pastor Jim looking over the shoulder of the guy as he's surfing the internet.
And then eventually, like he's not looking at the porn stuff anymore. He's like talking about cookies and temporary internet files. And at that point, Pastor Jim starts doing this. Okay.
He looks like he's gonna fall asleep.
He's not getting secret information anymore. He doesn't care.
How do you delete those? How do you delete those? And I was doing some channel surfing, and we came across your television show. And I noticed one of the first things that you said was pornography, and before we could switch, we heard you say that. So we wanted to watch the show just to see what you had to say, basically, about the topic.
Because I'm a pornographer. I stop everything I'm doing whenever I hear the word pornography. Oh boy.
But I gotta listen to this.
Oh, I gotta stop.
Alright, just 4 more diamonds.
4 more Minky.
Made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on pornography. Jesus, it's all gone. Fuck it. Jesus.
Is that verbatim?
Beauty with the Beast. Pocahontas with the raccoon.
Tell me more about this Beauty in the Beast.
Oh, yes. That was
so
oddly
weird.
specific. Steve Lane, the quote-unquote porno producer, was like, there's some really weird stuff on the
He was
internet.
saying they count on your typos.
Beauty and the Beast.
There's actually a Beauty with the Beast. The girl from the movie Beauty with the Beast.
Yeah.
I've only heard about this.
Sexually with the Beast.
So he goes, now, if like a child was looking for Beauty and the Beast, then all of a sudden it's porno.
Beauty and the Bestiality.
Bestiality.
Right. And he's like, and it's a woman making love to a beast.
Into bestiality.
But then he's like, and bestiality.
Twice he's like, and there's a Pocahontas.
He kept bringing up
Like Beauty on the Beast or something. What was it called? Pocahontas with the raccoon.
But he brought up Pocahontas porn multiple times.
Same thing with Pocahontas.
Which was oddly specific.
And then what was the other one? Barbie. If they say accidentally type a Barbie sex porno.com.
That's just like total bullshit, like fear tactics. Like he's like that page cannot be closed now that you've opened it to a porno site. And then he's like, you have to open a new page, but even if you type in any address,
it keeps linking you back to
it'll
porn.
open up more porno. Like it was basically like, men, don't even try this.
Now we're going out?
Well, I don't know. No, we didn't.
And then we went to another.
Now we went
to another one, totally different. This one says Club Picks Teens. Teenage sex videos, right?
That's right.
Don't even try to look up porno in your home because Windows will just keep opening and you can't even shut your computer off.
Yes.
It was just like misinformation. Like your wife's gonna come in the room. What are you doing? You know, you're looking at porno, and then.
Well, even in the intro, remember they had like the kind of like scenarios, and they had that kid like, oh my God, all these pop-ups, I can't close it. My mom's gonna kill me.
Oh, James Lane now heads up an evangelical ministry, serving as an instrument of God to help free people from the addictive powers of pornography.
And the free people from homosensuality.
And protect America's children from the snares of cyber porn.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, cyber porn.
Porn with robots.
We gotta get rid of the cyber porn.
Cyber porn.
Like RoboCop, where they like graft machine parts onto pornography. Cybernetically enhanced porn.
Cyborg porn.
Well, let's.
It's like a robot with a dildo.
No, it's just like it was the arms that like assemble cars, the robot arms.
That was King Tut style. That's where King Tut, or that's where Mr. Wiggles works in the Ford factory.
He used to work at the Tesla assembly plant.
Yeah, assembling cars.
Tesla style.
We need your precision, Mr. Wiggles.
He's gonna fool the assembly line. I'll just blend in.
Why are all these Tesla cars recalled?
Mr. Wiggles!
$500 million worth of technological robots on Mr. Wiggles for $8.50 an hour. More than he makes at the Burger King drive-thru. Mr. Wiggles, get to work on these Teslas.
Mr. Wiggles, the big order's due tomorrow, and all the robots broke down. You have to save the factory.
Elon Musk is like tweeting about him.
Mr. Wiggles is the bomb. He saved my factory.
Oh my God.
Mr. Wiggles, how many cars did you finish today? I got one done. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Wiggles!
You were supposed to get 5,000 done.
Goes, sometimes, Elon, you can do this, and then you gotta keep your palm together and just keep it like that. and
Change
then
it up.
Do whatever you want. Oh my God, the battery's on fire. This is gonna burn horribly.
The door's on upside down. Sometimes you just do what you want.
Change it up.
Change it up. Elon, the door's on upside down. Send it out, ship it.
We gotta make our $3,500 a week.
We're gonna need to have Mr. Wiggles be the engine for this car. His face.
I can't go any faster, you know what I'm saying?
He's doing the crankshaft inside the engine.
He's just connecting the electrical connection.
And the windshield wipers are popping.
Roll it any way you want, you know what I'm saying? It just adds a little effect.
Oh, well, we have to pick a best of the worst first.
Is there?
Well,
Is there?
you have to pick one best of the worst.
okay.
I mean, so we're gonna start with Rich.
Ew.
Yeah, I know. It's.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh,
I think it's pretty
Did we?
easy.
I guess we laugh more at old crones. I guess I'm going with old crones.
Okay, Jim.
Hug a tree for sure because there were some useful things in it. It was entertaining, funny, and
Colin, your choice for best of the worst.
I'm gonna agree with Jim that Hug a Tree and Survive Canada is my favorite.
Well, I have to side with Rich here. Celebration of Age. is my pick.
Really?
The last gorilla. Man, it sure would be poetic if he dropped the thing.
It reminded me a
It's
lot
like pottery, sort of, they rhyme.
No, it reminded me.
There's no such thing as a last gorilla.
With animals.
Yeah, it was like that.
Yeah, it kind of
Last
reminded me
gorilla
of that,
for
like a
this
crackpot
task.
home video
Don't forget your
process
gorilla
with
forever.
new age
I mean,
nonsense.
technically, eventually, I will need 4
But
Xenites.
So much comedy we mined from this, from the Paul McCartney song to the old lady banging on the drum who has wet herself, guy filming her with a telescopic lens, Kathleen Kennedy's cameo at the end. I mean, there's a lot going on in Celebration of Age.
I've forgotten all that stuff.
Hug a Tree and Survive Canada had its moments, but you got props to Mr. Wiggles. And yeah, and you know, I agree with Pastor Jim. Homosexuality is a sin. And you know,
what?
And so, you know, I agreed with a lot of his points.
Wait, hold on.
But you know, and he's trying to teach you how to be careful on the internet. But I didn't find it the best video. I agreed with all of his messaging. So I'm going. So these are our 2 winners. This is one of those rare things where it is a tape that's sold in a mystical gift shop in Sedona, Arizona, and it very well could be the only tape left.
Okay.
I
At
did
least
not.
2 I hate
At least
more.
the disgusting Christian propaganda tape.
For
we can
sure.
destroy.
This
Yeah.
one,
You
this
can
one's
stop
kind of
that.
harmless.
Rip.
Yo, yo, yo. Hey there, I'm Mr. Jiggles, and I'm gonna show you King Gut style.
Alright, what's my next task? Can be another bursting task. At least those give me joy.
And you gotta wiggle your hands around,
11 fossil
Like it's
island
cool,
wyverns.
kind of with an awkward motion. Oh, look at that. Flip-flop style. Under the hutch. And Mr. Teapot. Mr. Teapot, switch it up. Switch it up. Oh, yeah. What? World Wide Web of Deceit. I'm gonna show you a move called the tape stomp. Yeah.
Wise woman Wise woman, young woman, nestling me at her breast. Wise woman, young woman, giving me her best.
Let's just go do these wyverns right now. Why not?
Because it's bedtime.
Hello, Mike.
We only gotta
So
kill
it's
11.
that magical time of the year when we watch Christmas movies for best of the worst.
All right. I look forward to canon or Christmas every year.
Well, that's a shame because we're not doing that this year.
What?
Oh, we just did it one time and we haven't done it since.
So we do it every time?
Yep.
What?
And this time, our gimmick is Christmas or cats.
Why? Why would we do that?
Well, because we have a surplus of cat-related films. And I'm not just talking about your average household cat. It can be large cats, big cats, great cats, tigers, lions, little household cats, tigers, cats, lions, cats, or other cats. Pumas, leopards.
Do you remember what happened when we had an excess of crocodile movies?
Now, I neither want to watch a Christmas film or a cat film. So, Rich, why don't you pick our first tape that's either a Christmas or a cat film?
What if you were
This
Christmas
night
or
has been
cat?
longer than Cats was on Broadway. Meow. I quit. Oh, God.
Are you picking the first tape?
What, you want me to wait for you to say something? Everyone knows we're gonna pick a tape.
Pick a tape.
You give me this cat shit. That's not here. I'm gonna open the big one. I'm in such a foul mood. I need a large presence. It's just a box. Oh wait, there's something in the box. Two front teeth.
It's a Christmas film.
Where's the cat?
It's a Christmas film. It's Christmas or cat.
Two front teeth. Rankin Bass meets EC Comics. Bill Gaines.
I have no idea what you're saying.
That's the quote on the box.
EC Comics, Rankin Bass, Bill Gaines?
You don't know any of these things?
I don't know anything you're saying. It's like a foreign language.
Rankin Bass made the
Don't bother. Look, I got a lot of things to do today. Let's just get this over with.
He's missing the Packers game. They just fired their head coach because they suck so much. It's the night before Christmas, and Gabe Snow, a tabloid writer haunted by the ghost of Christmas past, is investigating a Yuletide conspiracy. Gabe knows the terrible truth behind the crash of the ill-fated Flight 1225. He alone knows that the plane was brought down one foggy Christmas Eve by a flying creature with a glowing nose. The blood-sucking vampire Santa Claus knows that Gabe knows and has put him on his hit list. The demonic fury of the North Pole has been unleashed, and an army of zombie elves who have no interest in toys, pointy hats, or dentistry are about to turn Gabe's white Christmas blood red.
Are you done?
Why do we just have to move out of Maryland? I was telling myself that. I'm sorry.
What? She's getting drunk. She's like, I thought I signed up for a Christmas horror film, but this is just gonna be a porno, isn't it?
Whatever.
No, I thought I signed up for a porno, but this is gonna be a Christmas horror film.
Oh, God.
Christmas horror film.
So much worse.
Bitch now, huh?
Okay, that's fine.
That's okay.
So, Rich, what do you want Santa to bring you for Christmas?
A canon movie.
All right, here we go. We have a cat film, Graydon Clark's Uninvited.
Is that a cat whose mouth is another cat? I don't like anything about this.
Well, you like the fact that George Kennedy's in it?
No.
Is that...
He was in that Sasquatch alien one, too.
That what?
Yeah, you heard what I said. You're going to put the caption on the...
Genetech Research Lab, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Armed security men. This is long. I'm already bored. Do you want to pull up a chair while I read this?
Yes. Yes, hold on. I'm going to go get a chair. You start reading that.
I'll just start reading that, and you can come back whenever you're ready. All right.
Goodbye!
Armed security men dressed in radiation suits chase an escaped laboratory animal. Just as they are about to capture it, the cat transforms into a hideous mutant creature, ripping off one of the men's arms with its powerful claws and escaping into the night. So begins the saga of Uninvited, a sci-fi thriller featuring George Kennedy, Alex Cord, and Clu Gulager, who was in Nightmare on Elm Street 2. A bird explodes on his face. As three Wall Street criminals bent on escaping to the Cayman Islands with their latest booty. Wait, what? Oh, that's a continuation of the first sentence. Soon after they head out to sea, the mutant feline begins to wreak havoc with the boat's passengers, attacking Clu Gulager and causing him to fall overboard. This is really specific. This is just explaining the list of events that happened in the movie. We don't even need to do a discussion on it. We'll just read the back of the box again. Reluctantly, where are we? I'm just going to skip to the last sentence. And days later, when a little boy and his daddy discover a sea-soaked piece of luggage on a tranquil beach, will they guess that inside lurks the uninvited?
On the back of the box, did they just describe, like, the end of the movie question marks to that? Like,
I guess we'll find out.
why is that cat's mouth another cat?
This is an appropriate tagline, though, for the film, Rich. Cats have 9 lives. You only have 1. And we're spending it watching Uninvited.
Merry Christmas.
Ooh. No!
That's a big hobgoblin.
Oh, in slow motion, it's even better.
All right, Josh.
Yeah.
Now you are going to determine the ultimate winner tonight.
Oh.
Christmas or cats?
Christy! Santa's first female reindeer.
Finally.
Yuletide history is being rewritten. Now we add Christy, Santa's first female reindeer. Santa's bringing Christmas for our forest family. But Santa's got a problem. His elf's heart is not in her work. Why worry? Tanglefoot is about to help. I have so many questions. I see. It's just the stills here. Is that number 1? Santa's bringing Christmas for our forest family, which is a wolf, or possibly a dog that looks something like a wolf.
What is wrong with Santa?
That's a very good question. What?
It looks like he got killed by the abominable snowman.
It does. I think we've got a Wendigo on.
No, wait. This looks like The Shining, starring Santa Claus.
Well, he's got a problem. His elf's heart is not in her work.
I thought that was an overworked nursing student.
Me too, but apparently no. That's his one and only elf.
We do the best we can.
Oh, now you're walking. Okay.
Rich, you look horrified.
I am horrified.
What are we watching?
Oh, we're back here again.
No.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
So who's starting off?
Well, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Oh.
And a happy holidays. No. All these films got me in the Christmas spirit.
Did they?
Absolutely.
All of them?
All of them. Especially, nothing gets me in the Christmas spirit like George Kennedy.
I remember those warm, magical times of watching The Uninvited.
Yeah. It feels like forever ago.
Before the dark times. Before the Empire. I enjoyed life a little.
Little.
Now it's all gone. It's all been taken away by the porters.
Come on, Christy. You gotta keep up.
This is like a terrible sandwich.
Yeah.
Right?
The good stuff's right in the middle.
It's like you had the ingredients for a sandwich, right? But your only slices of bread had mold on them.
The meat was good.
Yeah, the meat was great.
And you ate the bread anyway, and you had a psychedelic trip.
You gotta jog a little bit. We gotta get you in shape, you know.
Well, Josh, why don't you explain two front teeth?
Jesus, all right.
Hey, the director of the Blair Witch Project gave this movie props.
Is there a Maryland connection at all, or
no?
This one was in Maryland, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. Yeah.
Blair Witch was Florida.
Well, not filmed.
Burkittsville, Maryland. Is where
But the filmmakers are
Yeah.
from Florida.
Yeah.
Well,
There is a Florida connection. They either ended up there or were from there, but they filmed it. Yeah. In Maryland,
So Eduardo Sanchez has something to do with this production.
I think they said, "Hey, Eduardo, we made a horror movie in Maryland. Here's $100. Will you give us a nice pull quote?"
Sure, what's the movie got in it? Okay, cool. Here's the actual thing about this movie. The ideas behind it are not that terrible. There's something interesting that could be done with taking some Yuletide traditions, turning them on their head, mixing them up with some horror traditions, except they fucked it up just 100% wrong.
You can tell it was somebody who loved Evil Dead, Gremlins, horror comedy in general.
Oh, they lifted the door off. That means it's back on the hinges?
Yep.
Oh.
That's how doors work.
And then just failed at the execution on every level.
Too witty writing the script.
Charlie Brown wants to kick a field goal. Send us chestnuts are roasted here.
There's so many like Christmas-related lines of dialogue and puns.
The only thing I want to find under my tree right now is answers. Who put shit in your stocking?
The problem is they're like, yeah, they looked at Evil Dead and they looked at like early Peter Jackson and they're like, what if we did that, but we never moved the camera?
Yeah.
Do they think they're building tension?
Yes.
With this flat, wide shot? Fuck you. And we shot it on VHS.
Can you imagine Evil Dead with nobody moving the camera? Can you imagine
exactly.
just like two shots the whole fucking movie?
Got me some towels.
Sam Raimi never moved the camera.
That's what he's known for. It's just long static shots.
Long lockdown shots. I'm having a hard time visualizing. I close my eyes and all I see is that old Santa.
Grandpa's ball sack.
Oh, yeah.
I can't look away.
It's like when you look at the sun for a second or a light.
Well, that makes sense because this movie is just bathed in red.
Yeah.
Until they stopped doing that. Until they broke their red light or they lost the gel. So then they didn't do it anymore. But yeah, it's clearly.
It took 2/3 of the movie for that to happen.
Yeah, and they mentioned EC Comics on the front. They're clearly going for that sort of Creepshow look, but Creepshow used the colors like sparingly. They used it to emphasize the horror.
And I swear to God, if you ever...
Things will be normally lit, and then something crazy happens, and then the red light comes out. But this movie's just everything's just
consistent.
red. We have to mention this. The main guy in the movie
They didn't have ho-hos.
is like a 60-year-old man that had a bunch of plastic surgery to look like a 30-year-old man, I think.
So much for my Christmas bonus.
He looks like he's wearing prosthetics. Like, It looks like that's not his real face.
Yeah, like he got plastic surgery to look like Charles Rocket.
Charles Rocket, he looks like Anthony Perkins.
He looks like Bill Nye,
Bill
Christopher
Nye.
Reeve.
It kind of looks like Benedict Cumberbatch. Not there.
Every time they showed his face, I just wanted him to leave.
Yeah.
There's a weird elasticity, like that it looks fake, and I'm sure that's his actual face, and I feel bad saying it. But it looks weird.
He does a weird, like, almost lip thing when he's talking. He's like,
They probably had enough. And even if they haven't, well, I'll make them wish that they hadn't tried to have enough of wishes that they had. Yeah.
Oh God! They're doing a rear screen projection. Wow, that looks great.
The rest of the movie then is just, they find not Tony Todd, who has Rudolph's nose, and then they run away from the elves, and the rest of the movie is just the elves trying to get them. And Santa is evil, but then real Santa shows up.
Yeah, Santa shows up, and he's referred to as Klaus Ferratu. Womp womp. And then actual Santa shows up, and he's a 15-year-old boy. And then they fight.
I thought he was Santa.
Him? Santa? Could they get someone other than a 15-year-old boy to play Santa?
That's Moneymaker Mike, Jared.
Yeah. No shit.
I know they think this is funny.
It's not.
But
You can just stop there.
like they should be shooting around Christmas magic. They needed to find the old man who looks just like a real life Santa.
Alright. See you stream. Bye.